This is Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation Show. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation. Steve Copeland from the Couch Conversation Show. Hey, family. I wanted to come on a little bit, right? And I just want to make this really, 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 really clear. When I tell y'all I'm a human rights advocate, I'm a community activist, I'm a community organizer, I am a community outreach coordinator. When I tell y'all this, basically what I'm telling you is we fight against, I do, organized religion and politics that tends to keep our people enslaved and oppressed. So now the reason why I'm saying this, because I was on something on TikTok, and y'all know I have a tendency of sharing about Steve Copeland. I don't share about other people and what other people are doing. I can only talk from a level of where I'm at and what I do to help make a difference in Baltimore City, because that's where I'm from. Me and Marlo had a nice talk, and I just looked at Dr. Umar before I came on here. People like us tend to talk against, it's either organized religion or we'll talk against the policies that the politics create to hurt the people, mainly the melanated people. Now, I am not trying to be smart. I voted Democrat for 40 years until I begin to see how they really wasn't helping the inner city people that need their support the most. And the reason why I'm saying this, because I'm on this show and I'm telling people certain things of what I do. Now, I did not. And the only reason why I did not vote is because I began to see not just the Democratic Party, I began to see how the Republican Party is full of crap. So if I tell you this, I'm telling you from my personal experience of what I begin to see. Rather you voted for Trump, rather you voted for Harris, it's not them. It's Congress that tends to create the policies and bills. The only thing your president do is sign or even veto it. So I begin to see that and I begin to understand that. So we giving power to the people that really don't have that power. Now, I'm trying to see, and I'm listening to y'all, because understand, like I said, I'm in it. So I'm trying to see how, because Trump thing, and I heard this lady on Margie said, Trump goal is to gain 85% over Congress, your federal government. So I'm trying to see how in the heck can he do that? And they will only have 15%. Because this is basically what she was saying. And I on Twitter, right? And I said to myself, if he gained that type of power, you know where we're going. You know where we're going with the melanated people. Back to slavery. Even more. And a lot of y'all that wants to see our immigrants, which I made a statement on that too, they will never stop the immigrants from coming in. the United States illegally. But you can slow it down by doing the necessary, well, once you catch them. And they come in on boats, which is, they come in in containers. They come in by airplane. They come in by tractor trailers. They coming in, and they paying people good money to come in. So my thing is, y'all think he's doing a great job, and he's not even in office yet with deporting the immigrants. Now check this out. For y'all that don't understand what's happening, the more immigrants they let go, some of the jobs that the immigrants do, melanated men are not going to do. So guess what? You arrest as many as you can, because once they go to that big old plantation, the slave plantation, which is the prison, they're going to make money for people like Trump and them, your billionaires, your millionaires with company, because they're going into these corporations and they're working alongside of the regular workers. Or they have a separate area for them to work. But these are the ones, the criminals that's coming in, or the ones that's, coming from prison, they only get paid $3 a day to come into your corporation, like General Motors and stuff like that. I'm using that as an example. But see, a lot of y'all don't see that. But because I'm on the ground level and I see it because of the people that I deal with, they will make you think once you go to prison, you do not have no rights, no liberty. But ACLU is the union for the prisoners. And some prisoners don't even know that they have a union. So it takes somebody like me to get on here to talk about certain things. And the reason why I came on here, because I was arguing with a dude that felt like because I didn't vote, come talking about I voted for Trump. I said, no, I didn't. I said, I know where Trump come from. So I don't like the lies and the manipulations that I see. But now, mind you, that's there. And I said, too, you got to understand, Elon Musk got into this. And believe me, because of his brain and where he's at, he played with a lot of stuff to get him in. So once you deal with people in politics like that, you just about know how they will cheat to put the other person in. I see this, and I'm trying to share this. Well, you should have did this, you should have did that. My hopes, and I felt better about her, right? I felt better about hers getting in and for the people. I did. So the whole goal, if she had got in, just like Trump got in, is to still continue doing what I do on the local level to help the people. But it's not the president. Once I started reading up on the powers that they have, right? It's a lot of stuff they can't do without Congress or the Senate. They all got to come together. Rather it was Harris in there or Trump in there. And I started seeing this. So the goal is, like I kept asking them, what do y'all do within the community? Because number one, you can't mix business and politics. They all about policies. But my thing is, move away from that, because whatever policies they create, that's the laws. If you break the laws, you do time. That's with any criminal activity. So if you listen, when I start talking about stuff, I'm talking about stuff from a standpoint of what I see from the local level on up. So this guy over there giving me the finger, calling me chumps and punks and all of this, and I'm like, man, you don't want to go there. You don't want to go there. Now he on somebody else's platform, And he giving me the finger and stuff. And I'm like, bro, you ain't even got to do all that. Talking about because I didn't vote. And y'all need to stop. I'm telling you right now. Just respect where people are at. The ones that didn't vote. And a lot of times when you vote for somebody, you putting your trust in that individual. You putting your trust in them. And guess what? Chef, I got you. Prayerfully, we don't. But guess what? If we do, Chef said we're going to be in another civil war. Prayerfully, we won't. But it's not Trump. Y'all got to keep in mind. Now, the same way I'm talking to y'all, Chef, is the same way our president and them tell Congress, if you create a bill and you do this and you do that, I will sign it. Certain things they're going to veto it. That's the only power they have. Just like Congress. If you look it up, Congress, thank you, Chef, Congress and the Senate, be honest with you, if they want, can fire his tail. Because understand this, y'all ain't looking at it. He don't understand political science. That's what I had to understand. He's a businessman and he's not really a good businessman. So whatever he do on that end, he's going to bargain. If he bargain with whoever, you know, out of state or whatever like that. I know, Chef. I know, Chef, and I started saying it. But Chef said we have another modern day Hitler, right? We do. He said it out his mouth. He said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day. Basically, he has to overthrow Congress. Or he had, because they gotta, my thing is, it's about policies. You just can't come in and just throw a person out like Congress and the Senate so you can have more power. See, a lot of y'all got to understand that's why we have the three branches of government, because it's not for that one individual to have all that power. And I had to read up on this type of stuff, Chef, because by me being on the lower level and we fight for these things, even though they overturn, what is it, Roe v. Wade, something like that, where women have to, you know, they can't get, you know, I got to watch my words because I'm on TikTok too, Chef, where they want to, you know, get rid of the child, right? Now, my thing is, I understand that, but this is where you go at. Women do not sleep with men without them having protection. If you don't want the child, you get me? If that's not your point of having a child by a person, make sure they strap up. Where is Chef? I'm reading what you're saying too. And the biggest thing that get me what Chef is saying, and I'm gonna use this for, somebody was saying something about the them. I'm trying to think of the when you have a, I hate when I can't get my words together. That's what happens when you start getting older, right? The words don't come like they used to. I'm thinking about the guys in the army guys, right? I'm trying to think of what they call. But I'm gonna be serious with you. Let them come in Baltimore City. Let them come in Baltimore City. And the stuff that's going on right now with a lot of our young men, do y'all think they're gonna just take their bull junk? And I gotta say this, right? And I'm trying to think of what it's called, right? Where the National Guards come in and they want to do certain things. Come on into Baltimore City. Right. Chef said they already control people's bodies. Now, as a civil rights advocate, because we know this is personal for you, that's why you have organizations like the ACLU, you have Communities United. Communities United is the Baltimore branch of the Center for Popular Democracy. Martial law. Thank you, because I was trying to get there, Chef. Thank you. Now, if they call themselves having martial law and them people come in here, what do y'all think our young men gonna do? What do you think they're gonna do? So, in a sense, and I know you feel what I'm saying, they're gonna start taking more of us out because we're gonna come up against it. Our young men. So now you have somebody like me that will try to encourage them to just obey the law, because I don't want to see them take our people out. But our people gonna take a lot of them out. They already doing it amongst each other now. So what you think they're gonna do? And the polices are not correctly doing their jobs. So what do y'all think will happen? Thank you, Chef. And then on top of this, look at this. Look at this. Get rid of the immigrants. Then you ain't going to have nobody to work for these corporations. So you know what they do. And I'm telling you, as a truck driver, I've seen it. A lot of people that comes into the prison will start going into these companies. That's how the businesses save money. So they're not going to actually create jobs because they're going to have them doing it at a lower price. Y'all don't see that. And it's not that I'm being smart. This is what's happening. You got Elon Musk, and I'm going to tell y'all right now, because of where Elon Musk is at, thank you, Chef. Thank you, Chef. He said, look, 60% of Americans is immigrants. And they are. They are. And I begin, because of what I do, Chef, I begin to understand that the melanated people is not the only race of people that they tend to take more advantage of. But now y'all got to understand, when you living in poverty, when you making under 40,000, I'm gonna say a year, because that's in Baltimore City, you are considered as living in poverty. The rate wise, rate, right? I'm sorry, it'll come. And thanks, Chef, because you kind of giving me what I need. But look, I'm on here with these people, right? And one, if I share with you, I was married twice, and I stepped outside my marriages. It was that little boy inside of me, that irresponsible man, that ran off and did it. I can tell you why I did what I did. That's why you got to listen. But I notice when I tell people why I did what I did, you don't hear it. You only hear the part that I stepped out. If I tell you that when I step out, it's normally one person that I'm caught up with, but it's actually 5. Now, if I tell you I'm an addict, I don't mind calling myself an addict, right? Because I'm the type of person that will do things overboard. So I had to learn throughout life to tell myself no. And if I try to explain that to normal people, you will never get it and understand why. And I can tell you why I did it. It will fly right over your head. Because I had to ask myself, Chef, and that's what the conversation was all about at first. Why every time you get married, the goal is not to be unfaithful. It's not to do a lot of, the stuff that I did. It's not. But whenever I'm going through certain things personally that might not have nothing to do with the wife, I'll step. So I'm telling you, you got to listen, women, in case you have a man that's doing certain things. And if you look at that man and you know what they're doing is really immature, right? It's normally that little kid, that rebellious, person inside that's acting out. But it's the grown up that you're looking at that has to gain control over that. Listen to what I share. I work with a lot of men and women, and I help them to go inside to deal with a lot of those personal issues that they're running away from. Know why? Because that's what I did. As a person who have a little, I'll have, God's willing, I have 32 years, January the 26th. I sponsor a lot of men and women. And we talk about personal stuff that they said they was going to carry to their grave. And the whole, you said inner city psychologist. But look, Chef, I was trying to look where you be at too, because I be looking at your food. So stop playing, Chef. And I'm on the diet. I said, I got to find out where he at. I'm on the diet, Chef. I ain't messing with you. Because we on Instagram. So I be looking at what you be posting, right? I'm like, ooh, you be cooking. But look, I'm only giving back what I'm experiencing mainly with the politics. And I read up too that being a politician is a selfish, self-centered position. But you got to understand this. It's not one individual. Democrats and Republicans work together. And once I started seeing it, Chef, because like you said, I'm in the city, it's to encourage and motivate our people that's living a destructive lifestyle, trying to help them turn it around. Now, I'm going to go back to what the lady was saying. Now, and I understand women, they passed that bill where women can't, shouldn't do what they do as far as unaliving the baby. Now, guess what? They're going to have to go underground if they do get, pregnant and want to get rid of it. So they're going to do it definitely illegally. Believe me, it's people out there that don't have a problem with helping you. And not only that, my thing is, I'm looking at it, right? They can do it with somebody that will either unalive them or mess up their insides because they might not really know what they do. So I'm telling them as a community activist, do not get the point of me not voting, okay? Because once I begin to see what I see, it's to follow whatever policies that the president will sign into law is to encourage the people to do the right things. So it didn't matter, that's just me, y'all. Don't. I wouldn't tell nobody don't vote. Do not get it wrong. See, my thing is whoever you vote for, it's us that has to live by whatever laws they created. And that's Congress. That's why I do not give them the power, Chef, and the authority. I'm sitting there looking at Trump talking to this Chinese guy about $200 billion. Now, I don't know where the money's supposed to go at, but can you imagine $200 billion, what his cut may be? Oh, y'all ain't thinking about that, is you? He's a businessman. So whatever he do, that he can get like certain money to put back into the United States or to do certain things, he looking at ways and means that he can get paid off it. And I'm not trying to be smart. And I can say, yes, I am. But I mean in a negative way, as far as being negative. And I see what I see. And a lot of us, it's a lot of people that I talk with, we see certain things. Just like if you was to, the goal is for a lot of us, I'm an LLC, so I'm a for-profit. I can get merchandise, basically people donating stuff to me and stuff like that, right? I can get any type of merchandise. It's the money. It's the finances. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. A lot of us do a great job, and most of the people that will give us products and donations to give back clothes, food, furniture, they are mainly YT. For some reason, we will not, like people like me, when I come on here, my Cash App is up there. My Apple Pay is, well, I ain't put the Apple Pay up. You got to get my number. But my PayPal is up there. I got a white box truck that I had to get them to put on a lot so that they won't take it, because y'all know I'm on home monitor. So I'm on home arrest because of this. And I tell people that, and they don't speak from a level of where I'm at, Chef, or you don't see what I see, and then you're going to tell me I'm the problem? No. My goal is bringing in the solution. But we can get on here, we can talk all we want. I'm trying to watch it on here, Glorious. I'm sorry. A lot of the stuff Trump said, I told my friend today, I said, let me tell you this. Watch what I say. Look at Jay-Z. Jay-Z talked about his used to be lifestyle. P. Diddy used to be lifestyle. You take that information and you turn it around on a positive note. That's what I do today. That's what I do. Because of how I used to live, and you turn it around, because guess what? Now you are playing their games. But you ain't got to be in on that corrupt side. This was the conversation we had today. Sometimes when you get government funding, they got their hands in it to tell you what to do, how to do it. And some of the people that I know, they refuse to allow that. So this is what me and Marlo was talking about. I said, my goal is to get close to Governor Westmore. They know, because see, I want to know, is his heart or his spirit is really for helping the people. So it's letting him know what strengthening the community do and helping the people. So I'm looking at Dr. Umar, right? Now, most people have a certain way of putting things, right? Now, I came out of school in the 10th grade. So basically, last grade I completed was the 9th. So all of these big words and all that type of stuff, I can't speak on that level. So I'll tell you, bring it down. So you got to keep it simple when it comes to me. If we're going to work together, you got to keep it simple. Make it simple. And what I was telling Marlo too today, God laid on my spirit to start rehabbing and revitalizing houses. So I sit at the table, I'm sharing with y'all what God told me. Now, if you had that same vision and say like you might be have more insight, right, than I do, or you ahead of me, you get me? And we just coming together to team up, to work together. That's what I want. Like I told Marlo, I sat down with so many people where we was looking at talking about building houses for the inner city. I'm looking at tiny houses. I'm looking at container houses. I'm looking at, fabricated houses, because I'm looking at the poor people where they can, I'm talking about building back up in the community, the neighborhood as a whole. So people was telling me, Steve, just do one house at a time, do a house at a time. I'm like, no, God told me blocks, blocks, blocks. But then I'm looking at it again, right? I said I might have to start with a house here, a house there, to rehab and revitalize. But now, mind you, I don't have no experience in this area. And I tell people I'm retired from trucking. So it's not me. I'm only sharing with you what was laid on me. I got ordained deacon. I tell people I'm not a religious man. My relationship is more spiritual than based on the religion. And I moved away. That's why I thank God the church that I go to is a non-denomination church. And my bishop breaks the word down so plain and simple. And that's what I love about it. He ain't up there and the Lord said, and a blah, 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 blah. But see, I didn't understand the difference between preaching and actually teaching till I went to the Church of the Redeemed. And my pastor, my bishop, he teaches. He breaks it down to you in its simplest form. And then I get a lot of people right because understand, like I told y'all, January 26th, God's will, I'll have 32 years clean. So I'm only doing what I was called to do. And I would never discourage nobody from voting and all of that. No, I won't. But my thing is, whoever you vote for, we got to actually abide by the laws that they create. If you don't want to go to that plantation called the prison. So with them turning over, and if I say it wrong, blame it to this, not this. What is it? Roe versus Wade. They turned that. Now it's not just the melanated women. It's talking about women, period. Not just melanated women. Because the more babies y'all tend to have, and the men are not around to help provide, now you have to depend on the state and the government. Or if you got that man living there and they don't know, but you still have to depend on the state and the government to pay your medical bills. I didn't understand a lot of this. And what I'm saying, I didn't understand a lot of this, as far as, why they doing what they doing. But now somebody put a message out today, and I ain't gonna say his name, about even though it's a lot of billionaires that's surrounding Trump, he feels as though that they're going to create jobs to, help benefit the community. That's not the goal. That's not the goal. It sounds good, but I'm going to do this again. Anytime they create jobs for extra people, the economy going to go up because, number one, they paying other people to help produce, work for you, building up for that company. So rather it's 50,000, 60,000, 100,000, that's what that company have to pay you. And if they hire at least 10 people at 60 or 70,000, that's money now, unless that person help produce for you to profit for working for them. Because it's the employee, for a lot of y'all that might not understand, that helps your millionaires and billionaires because you believe in what they're doing. So that's why you're willing to work with them, but it's what you bring to the table. Because as a professional, retired truck driver, I'm damn good at what I do. So I can tell you how I can better benefit your company because of my professional skills. And that's what most of your career-minded people do. Is how you can help continue building on that business. So 9 times out of 10, who are the CEO and founder or CEO, they created this And now they have enough people where they don't have to be on the front line no more. That's where I'm at, trying to get to that point. So I'm listening to this guy talking about that. And my thing is, he said that's the only reason why he okay with billionaires basically helping Trump. And you cannot mix business and politics. And for some reason, a lot of people is beginning to think it's okay. You cannot. Trump has a business. So once Trump get voted in, he has to get, which is probably his family members, to take control of the business. And I guarantee you, say like he's at $3 billion now, before it's all over with and said and done, he'd probably be at 7. Because he's trying to make business deals. So he's using the country, the United States of America. He's not. He don't understand a lot with like being a politician. He don't understand politics. He talk a good game, and he really don't do that well. It's a lot of us that see his bull crap. You got a business. I got a business. So you thinking because Trump get in, that's going to finance my business? No. I already know that. Me and Marlo. Now, I'm going to start doing the 501c. Because my business haven't grown to the point where I can actually hire people and pay them an actual salary. So once you do the 501c3, the nonprofit, and you have people working for you, and it begin to grow like that because you putting a salary in for them. Now, when you get that money, and I'm talking about maybe 200,000-300,000, right? Hundreds of thousands. Because you got to put a salary in for your employees. But that money that you get might only hold you for a year or two. But then you have to do it all again to be able to pay your staff. If you don't get the money, then you won't be able to actually pay your staff. That's why we ask people to volunteer their service. And then as we begin to grow to that point, or giving you a stipend, that's what we'll do. What's up, man? That's what we'll do. Now, I'm only telling you from where I'm at with strengthening the community, the Latanya D. Copeland House of Hope. I work with our homeless and less fortunate people. Now, because I did not vote, they trying to tell me, oh, you selling our people out. I said, no, I'm doing the freaking work to help people turn their life around. Don't understand it's two different things. If me voting for Harris would have benefited me, if me voting for Trump would have benefited me, then I would have voted. But I understand how things go. And I would never encourage nobody else because whoever, don't get it wrong, whoever that's president, it's the people that has to support that. But I'm still looking at Congress. It's Congress that I'm looking at. And if you look and do the research yourself, how much power and authority do the president have, it will tell you. It will tell you what they can do and what they cannot do. And basically what it's telling you, they whatever policies that Congress create and the Senate to give to the president for his signature. If he don't, now mind you, do you think the president actually gonna sit down if it's a 800 page, the policy wise, he gonna actually sit down and read it? Come on. See, these are things I had to look at. Do you actually think, and look how they run all around the world. So do you actually think, and it's a lot of policies that they sign or they veto. Straighten this out right here. But now Congress, if Congress want to pass it without the president, they can, if he decide to veto stuff. And I'm only saying this because when I started seeing this, I got disappointed in the power and authority they don't really have. And what happened with that too? Now, Biden, I mean, not Biden, I'm sorry, Obama. I was proud as all outdoors, you know, he became president, stuff like that. Proud of it. But now, mind you, he been gone. So once I started learning this stuff about what power and authorities that they had, I got disappointed again because I realized it's Congress. And everybody skipping over who actually create these bills. And as a human, as a person that's with an organization that fights for your civil rights, equal rights, and constitutional rights, right? If y'all notice, when I say this, if a man likes another man, how that word goes, that's their prerogative. It's us. It's people that tend to judge other people for the way they live their lives. If a man decide that they want to get rid of this, right? If a woman decides she wants to get one a little longer, that's their prerogative. Why are you so mad? Why do you feel like whatever a person do with their life, you need to dictate and tell them how to do it? And I listen to a lot of y'all. If it's not your life, you enjoy your life. You find peace, joy, and happiness within your life. So now the reason why I'm saying that, because when you have certain organizations that fight for the LGBTQ, that's because they have rights too. And a lot of y'all don't even realize. ACLU send me stuff all the time. Communities United, because I can't get out and go sit with them, right? I used to read a lot of the stuff on Twitter, so they're not posting stuff. So be honest with you, I didn't ask somebody, is they still doing what they do? But they said they don't know, because some people moved away from it. So I signed up now with the ACLU, American Civil Liberty Union. They will fight also, that a lot of y'all don't pay attention to. They will fight for the rights of the immigrants to be here. Y'all think it's like the president this, the president that. No. They have the legal right to be here and to do the necessary things to become citizens. I feel you, laugh loud. No matter what, laugh loud. We going to pay taxes. But let me share this with you too, laugh loud. Laugh out loud. Look up the billionaires, right, that don't pay taxes. I looked it up. I think Elon Musk is one. Look it up. Elon Musk is one, buddy. And I'm trying to think of what, Bill Gates, people like that. And the only reason why they don't pay taxes, from what it was saying, because they donate a lot of money back, you know, into the communities and stuff. Look, search it up. They know, some of them don't. Some of them don't. It'll tell you, it'll name the ones that actually don't pay taxes. You know, Trump, that was one of Trump's things, right? Where he wasn't paying taxes. And when he did pay taxes for a billionaire, he only paid what, 700 and something dollars, $50. So that's why you have a lot of philanthropists and stuff like that. That's your billionaires, millionaires that have money abundantly, and they put a lot of it back into the community. Now, reason why I'm sharing that, loud, laugh out loud. The reason why I'm sharing it, right? If their names come to mind, when we fought to get the spy plane here in Baltimore City, John and Laurel Arnolds was willing to pay for that 1 year. That was $1 million for us to be able to run that plane here. So when I went down to City Hall, I didn't know they switched from $1 million to $3 million. These are philanthropists for Ross to be able to provide, because he do the same things like what Elon Musk do. Ross do robots. He build robots, and he build the drones. And from what I read up about the drones, they are not supposed to be flying over high population communities. They're not. Now they supposed to be using drones, loud out loud, to try to reduce the crime rate, the homicide rate, and all that. Now, when Ross was here, they had a problem with it. But then they turned around and they approved it. See, a lot of y'all don't know this, and I only feed y'all from what I'm doing and what I see. Even with the let me try to find a word for it because I'm on TikTok. Like the opioid and all of that bang bang epidemic in the inner city. So y'all know where a lot of that stuff is coming from, that's being poured into the inner city. We fought to get a bill passed for safe consumption sites. Now, I wasn't for it at first because I am in recovery. I wasn't trying to promote, the using. But we realized a lot of people that was taking this stuff was actually becoming unalive. So I told my director, because I have, I'm clean, I said, I will help y'all fight that bill to get safe consumption sites here, right? And the bill got to Congress, and Congress rejected the bill. Now, we talking about saving lives, and Congress rejected the bill. And I said, they just want people to become unalive. Now, the reason why I'm sharing this with y'all, because a lot of times y'all looking up here, and I understand that. With the president this, the president that. Well, if the president does all of this, can somebody tell Donald Trump to come on in the inner city of Baltimore and give me some millions so we can start doing this rehabbing and revitalizing houses? Huh? Can y'all tell me? Chris? Huh? Because I see what they do. Brandon Scott, his budget for this year was $4.2 million. I was at the meeting. I heard him talk about putting money here, putting money there. I didn't hear him say nothing about rebuilding back up in the inner city. I said, oh my God. That's the mayor. Now, see what I'm sharing, right? A lot of y'all might see certain things, but you will keep your mouth shut. And then get mad at me because I'm only sharing with you what I see. And right after that, that was March the 11th, March the 12th, I got arrested. I had told Brandon Scott, I said, man, I need to talk to you because of the issues I was having with the Eastern District Police Department. The officer that put these charges on me, he put 15. Home invasion, burglary, armed robbery, all of this. And I'm saying, wait. This is my rental property. If you know anything about like recovery houses and programs and all of that, you know the process that I'm working you out where you can become independent again. So I'm doing the independent side of it. And if you look up the word transitional housing, they normally work with the homeless and less fortunate people. And that's what I do. You come in, the goal is to help you turn this around. The goal is to get you the necessary help, to help like financially, to help somebody to work with you and budgeting your money, making sure you keep yourself clean, making sure you paying your stuff on time. See, stuff like that, when I see it, the goal is to take you out of the temporary situation to put you in a permanent. But you have to do the work. We just provide the service. And I refer my clients to other businesses that can professional, that can actually help them. Rather it's a psychiatrist, rather it's a therapist, rather it's a counselor, rather it's a PRP service. You know, the goal is to help you and to grow in those areas that you have fallen short in. Now, I'm listening to these people, and because I didn't vote, they trying to make me out to be the monster. I said, don't do that. I'm like, don't do that. Because my thing is I do the work. See, it's a difference between voting for somebody, but then you understand they themselves cannot do the actual footwork. And they missed it. They missed it. And I look, I would not, like I said, I would not encourage you not to vote. Now, let me say this too, for a lot of y'all that don't understand, felons can vote. People with felonies, they can vote. Now, I don't know about other cities, but Marlow and Communities United in them, somebody got a bill sent in, you got to support that. So now ex-offenders can vote. A lot of them don't know that they can vote unless you tell them. So this is my way of letting people know what they can and cannot do. So the bill was passed here and in other places too, cities wise. But if you don't talk like I do to let people know their rights, they won't know. If you don't help our ex-offenders and teach them how to change this so they won't continue practicing the same behaviors. That's why you have repeated offenders. But this dude, and I know you probably looking, bro, gonna sit up here and give me the finger because I didn't vote. Say, well, your vote, if you didn't vote, you voted for Trump. No, I did not vote. I told you I did not vote because I understand the work that needs to be done. Rather he got in or rather hers got in. It's Congress that runs everything, basically. Listen to Trump talking that stuff. He got to answer to Congress. He don't take the time out and write. Now, some people say he have a page, right, where he put policies out. He just that's talking points for y'all that don't understand. Now, did Congress approve what he wrote? And I looked this up. He can't write policies. But if he he got an idea with certain things, he can make the Senate and he can make Congress aware. And whatever you put together, if it's the way what you do is the way I want it, I'll sign. If he don't like what you presenting, he can veto it. Those are the only powers he really have. Look it up. I didn't post a lot of it on my page because I get sick and tired of people praising this man like he's Jesus Christ. I never. will give no human being all that power and authority like that. Now, I'm trying to search to see how he can overthrow the federal government. I really am. Because Congress is the ones that normally put together the policies. Even though we have more, from what I'm understanding, Republicans in now. Every Republican is not for Trump and Trump bullcrap. That's something y'all need to understand. I'm a Republican. I'm not for his shit. Okay? Wherever I voted, my thing is, when I became a Republican, it wasn't about Trump. It was about the American people. And that's what I kept telling the Republicans that I deal with. It's not about Trump. And when I realized most of them heart was with Trump, I backed up off of them. So now I'm not, I didn't vote because I would have to vote Republican. That's the ticket I had. But you know, once they become president, a Democrat can vote for the president too. And I think you can vote for like Congress, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. You can vote for that congressman, even if you're a Democrat, for the governor too. But see, we vote for people and the way they talk about what they're going to do when they get in. But they only talking. I can only share this with y'all because this is what we did for Kimberly Clacy. We would write her speeches for her. And it all depends on what area she was in. So most of them, what they do, they promise the inner city people, we're going to do this for you, we're going to do that for you, but they basically work towards the middle class people because those are the voters. I had somebody, not just somebody, my buddy Chris, he knows I got this. Now, he knows I'm mad with the Democrats. So he asked me, it was 9 Republicans, black, BLK, sorry, that's running for seats in Maryland. So he asked me, right, to come and help them win their seats. That's why when I ask people, what do you do in the community? What are you doing to help build? So he asked me to come and help the Republican Party win their seats. So I told him this. And I knew they weren't going to win. Locally, basically. Right? I said, what I'll do, I'll come and I will help y'all give them a run for their money. So don't you ever try to come to me with some bull junk like that. And I understand the importance of voting. Don't get it wrong. But it's us, whoever get in position, it's the people that has to do the work. And look on TikTok, and I know y'all seen it, where Trump is talking to this Chinese man. And he telling the Chinese man something about, well, can you do 200 billion? Can you do 200 billion? I forgot why he was asking for the 200 billion. But can you imagine the percentage he would get off of that 200 billion? Because he's looking at it as a business deal. And this man will earn money, right? But Trump is looking at it as what cut I can get. See, that's why I said you don't mix, you can't mix, or you shouldn't mix, from what I was told, business and politics. When you're doing business, the whole goal is the profit. Then you got Elon Musk there. Then you got a bunch of billionaires that really don't understand nothing about the Constitution of Rights. And a lot of y'all, you don't see it. You're not getting it. And I'm not knocking you now. Don't get it wrong, because where you at, if you put your faith and trust in him, thinking that it's him, where the tax is going to be reduced and all that type of stuff. No, this stuff goes up just about every year anyway. Now, in Baltimore City, I spoke twice on the $15 minimum wage, and we got the bill passed. It went state. No, it was locally, and they got it on statewide. But now McDonald's, Burger King, and all of them, I don't think they are paying their employees $15 an hour. So it's been an issue with that from what I've been hearing. And I went around asking companies who had employees that work with them, and they've been working for them for like 20 years, 15 years, and some of them are making $25 an hour. Coming in the door, they had a problem with paying you $15 straight off the, at the door. But that's not how I suppose it went, because it went from $10.50 to $11. Then it works its way up to the $15 an hour. So now at the top now of the 15, this time the minimum wage, and I'm just speaking for Baltimore City because I don't know, other city wise, but this time it probably go from 15 to 20. And a lot of people gonna complain about that. But now, if you living above your means, this is the problem that I begin to see. If you only make $60,000 a year, and you call yourself trying to get into a $200,000 house or a $300,000 house, now it's not that amount now, but you paying 10%. This is your mortgage of that $300,000 house. So if you look at it, you're going to pay around $2,000 a month for that house. That's your mortgage. But now, because of your credit scores, and now I was listening to a lady today, because this is what we was doing, how they had programs out there that will actually pay your closing costs and stuff like that. But the thing is, they will work to help get your credit score down with your interest rate. The extra money in there will pay to help get that down. And that's what we was doing when I had that 5.4 million in for 30 units in the city. You had to show them that you have at least 180,000 to like purchase, purchase the house. I'm trying to explain it right. But look, you got a $40,000 to $50,000 tax break on that 180,000. Then still you got programs that will pay that closing costs off. So now you got a house that was going for like 180, now it's like 130. And then whatever money that's in that program, that house will go for like 110, 100,000 or 110. But you have to get with programs, relatives and stuff like that have programs that will work with you in that sense. But it's the city that has the programs to help buy things down for you. So now you got somebody that's making $40,000 a year. They can afford that 100,000. I mean, yeah, the 100,000, 120,000, or $30,000 house. Just using that as an example. And then once your credit score is a certain percentage, then your interest rates actually down too. Where the goal is with me and what I'm doing or talking about with other people, because it's about getting back to doing it again. where your mortgage won't be no higher. It'll be between $300 and $500 a month. And that's for the inner city people. I'm hearing people talking about tiny houses. I'm hearing people talking about fabricated houses. I'm hearing people talk about container houses. But then if you buy a property with a bunch of vacant houses on it, then you got to tear everything down to rebuild. Now, I'm telling you basically what Steve Copeland been doing. For a lot of y'all that's, please don't get it wrong when I say I didn't vote. Because I know the work that actually needs to be done. And I'm going to say this to you too. And I hope you're watching, bro. God showed me. He said, you walking in the footsteps of two great men. He didn't say Donald Trump. He didn't say Oprah Winfrey. God told me when I was in the delegate building out in Annapolis, get ready to go speak on the $15 minimum wage. He said, you walking in the footsteps of two great men. Martin Luther King was one, and Jesus Christ was the other. So if you don't understand why I do what I do, it was a calling for me. That's why a lot of people tend to give me hell for when I come about certain things. If I share my life with you, listen, you got to listen closely. I'm sharing with you why some men do what they do, and women will do it too. But my thing is, I can't judge you for when you sharing your life story with me. It's not to judge you in any way. If you stuck in the area, the goal is to work with you to come out of it and stay out of it a day at a time. And I'm not trying to be smart. And you talking about voting, and I'm sharing with you from a different level, and I'm trying to help you understand why I don't do certain things. And it's not to say I won't next time. But when I realized and I gathered the information that I had, and God showed me, you're walking in the footsteps of two great men. So if I tell you I'm a human rights advocate, I fight for people's civil rights, equal rights, and constitutional rights. When I tell you that these YT came together and created some stuff to get me off the street to shut my mouth, I received a phone call a week before about them shutting community activists down. And a week later, I was in prison. And for a lot of y'all, listen to my words. You don't have to fix it. To me, I felt like they kidnapped me and hid me away. Sometimes you have to shut your mouth when somebody's talking to actually hear and receive what they're saying. Because guess what? Whatever I say out my mouth, it's going to sound unbelievable. While I was over the prison, they raided my niece's house. That's not in the police report. Talking about they looking for Ray-Ban or whatever glasses, right? And checkbooks. Now, if homeless people have this type of stuff, expensive stuff, why is they homeless? Y'all don't get it. Why do they have to act? They trying to get into their family houses. The family don't want them in. for whatever reason. And I'll find it out later why. But now I can only tell you from where I'm at and what I see. And do y'all realize, because you got your own home, roof over your head, it's a sad thing when you have people that have family and their families don't want them in their house. Do you know how that hurt? When I have to sit back and listen to people and I'm like, wow. But if you never experienced that, then you won't really understand. You can say what you want out your mouth, and that's all you doing. But until you experience it for yourself, then you'll go, wow. So I experienced it for myself. But that's still, if you call me, I'm going to make phone calls to be able to do what I can to get you in somebody's program. So for me, I have to talk with people with money, with landlords, apartment managers to work with you. But see, y'all don't see that. Now, let me say this. What is the president going to do with that? What's the president going to do? What is the president going to do for the people that need their help the most? The more people they can get rid of, yeah, your taxes probably will go down. Yep. The more people they can put in prison and then have them do the work in some of these corporations and stuff for basically nothing, so they don't have to keep creating jobs, because they getting them to come in and do the work. I delivered to the laundry facility over in Jessup. Where y'all think a lot of these name brand stuff come from? It was a sewing room in there. And these big corporations know, your millionaires, your billionaires, how they make their money. They have to end up getting cheap labor to profit out of it. That's what I was telling Marlo today. See, with me and the way I do things, I have to start like saving more than what I'm putting out in order to profit, to get something from it. So if you don't understand nothing about business, you won't understand what I'm saying. So that's why I said, when it comes to the donations and everything, I can get products. I can get all of that. But it's the financing. And I understood everything they were saying. When Trump got in, that ain't even fazed me, because I know what we have to do. And then not only that, if you pay a freaking attention, look up, do your research on what the presidents, yeah, like what powers do they really carry and hold? One individual can't have all that. So that's why you got Congress there and you have the Senate there. And believe me, if Trump, and this is what I sent this guy today, because he talking business, right? He talking business. And my thing is, a lot of them, I understand it's business, but it's not about policies or laws. And if they're not really familiar with politics and they start violating the constitutional rights, who you think gonna get in trouble? Who you think gonna get in trouble? I don't know if it's true or not. They was talking about how I think once he do his inauguration, that Congress might just impeach him for what happened in January. And a lot of y'all know I watched him throw hints for them to do what they did. I watched them. And I called the people that I was dealing with. I said, I hope y'all ain't had nothing to do with that. You better open your eyes. And I used to hear people say that a lot. We are still asleep. We need to wake up. And I thought I was awake at that point. But guess what? God, through what I'm experiencing, God opened up my eyes even more to show me some stuff. And I said to myself, God, why did you allow me to see this? You know I have a talk show. You know I'm going to go talk about certain things. I'm talking to God. You see me sitting here by myself. So I'm talking to God. Why did you allow me to see this? Why did you allow me to see that? You know I'm going to go on my show and I'm going to talk about it. So the Holy Spirit hit me and said, that's why I showed you. Because I know you're going to run off at your mouth. So see, a lot of y'all don't understand. That's why I do what I do. And sometimes I'm like, I'm over there telling them, they telling me like I'm a sellout because I didn't vote for Harris and all of that. It's not about Harris to me. It's not about Trump to me. It's about the people. And I take that real personal because I see what our people going through. So the goal is to do the work with helping them. I'm on home monitor and I still come on talking about things. None of you are. Even though I'm not in the streets, I come on here. So you might have shut me down from the streets, but you ain't shut me down here. And do you know how that hurts now? Because it's like I'm experiencing some of the stuff that the people that I help, and I see what they're going through. And it's because of the laws they create. And the whole goal is to wipe them out. You want your taxes dropped? Wipe as many of them out as you can. Then your taxes won't be so high. Y'all don't get it? Get rid of the immigrants and put more of the melanated people in so we can send them out on these plantations. Y'all don't get it? And I see this crap. And it ain't about them. It's not about them. I'm talking about like the presidents, you know. It's not about them. It's about us. So next time y'all want to try to come for me, and I was getting ready to call y'all a bunch of niggas. Don't do that. I put my freaking life on the line. Trying to encourage and motivate our people. The ones that want to change. It's a lot of them that's afraid to change. So you know what you got to do? You got to encourage them. And you got to motivate them. You know what I mean? You got to be in the community. You got to talk with them. You got to share these things with them. You know, that can actually, you know, once they violate them, they can go to prison and stuff like that. So you have to come in the community because those are the ones that affect the most. Tell me about no freaking Trump. Now, I felt good when Harris, stepped in, because she was more lively, and to me, she was more personal. But then once you understand the politics and how it works, you like, we the one. We are the ones that have to do the work. So I'm out in the street blowing the horn for the people, speaking out. So once I know whatever they put into law, you got the ACLU. And what these people do, right, is to amend what they put in, to ratify it, to get it changed some. It might came into law, but that's why you have organizations that fight for your civil rights, your equal rights, and your constitutional rights. That's not what your president do. Okay? So that's why if you hear me say little crazy stuff like, my whole thing is Congress. My whole thing is Congress. And not just the Democrats, the Republicans. Because a lot of them think alike on certain things. They human beings. And they understand giving out like food stamps. They understand Section 8s because it is your tax money, our tax money, that pay for these things. So in order for them to reduce your taxes, you ain't gonna like this, they gotta eliminate some people. And y'all don't care. They don't care. I pay too much taxes. I pay this, I pay that. If you earn pretty good money, you're gonna pay pretty good taxes. But the gas this, the gas that. Why did the prices of chicken go up? Why did the prices of beef go up? Turkey, shrimps. Because it's the people that's doing the work. They got to catch it. They got to catch them. Then they have to unalive them. Then they got to clean them. So if you go into any of these warehouses, like I do as a truck driver, the majority of them are immigrants or foreigners. Certain jobs, melanated men are not going to do. And I'm not saying if they in a warehouse now, let's not, because I was thinking about like the chicken and beef and all of that, because they pay real good money, right? For them to clean them up, cut them up, and do what they do. So they get real good money because they working in the freezer and all this type of stuff. But a lot of them companies work with temporary agencies. See, y'all got to see, I'm just telling y'all from what I see here. In the same way we pay taxes, whichever company they working for have to pay taxes for you too, to them. Y'all didn't know that? So it's us. For your millionaires and billionaires, it's us. They not doing the work. It's the people that's doing the work to keep them in business. And if they have to create more jobs, that's more money that's coming from that business to pay for that person that they hired. So you find a way to get it at a cheaper price. I mean, people to work for you at a cheaper price. Cheap labor. What is slavery? So, lady, please vote. And I hope you're right there. I was only sharing with y'all where I'm at God, please help me. Because this ignorant dude get ready to come up. Unless you really understand what's happening, shut the heck up and listen. And listen. Shut up. And I was listening to Umar. I don't know how true it is, Dr. Umar. When you are being a community activist or human rights advocate, you are fighting for the melanated people mainly, or the ones that's not. You fighting for fair wages. Even for the women. And you fighting for fair housing. That's what Communities United. And most of your nonprofits that fight for your civil rights, this is what they're doing. So you have a person like myself who understands certain things from the local level. And somebody said this, I think it was Marlo. Before we have, like, if we go into City Hall or we go into Annapolis or we go into Congress to, fight against a bill, stuff like that, we will meet together first. And it's not always melanated people. It's normally your YTs, you got your Jews, you got Hispanics, you got all different cultures who we will sit together because it's the ones that it tends to affect. Now, I thought, to be honest with y'all, that it was only the melanated people that they came against. But we went to Detroit to fight up there for the immigrants' rights. And I realized, too, we're not the only ones that tends to suffer. But we think we are. That's why you might have a YT come in and they hearing what we saying, but because they don't mention a lot about them, we think it's just us. And they come in and they say this, we're going through the same things. It's just they don't holler a lot like we do. So I was talking with a friend of mine and he's a doctor. And I'm looking at the color thing, black, brown, to, kind of put certain races into perspective, right? Like your Hispanics and part of them mixed with, Now, but basically what he was saying, and I'm talking, the woe is me thing for us, right? The melanated people, the black people. I'm talking, right? I'm like, well, see, we this, we that, we that. He said, you know what? He said, we went through the same things, or we go through the same things. He works with the politicians. He called me one day. Now, y'all hear how I'm talking. Now he worked for DC. He's over in the White House. And he started realizing how they had their foot or their feet on the necks of us. And he called me and started blah, 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 blah. I said, I've been saying it all along. But guess what? I was trying to say something, but he was just mad because now he see what's happening. And he works at the White House. And he actually see what they are doing. And I shut up while he was talking. You know why? Because he was hurt. Because he sees stuff firsthand now with the politicians. So I would never encourage nobody not to vote. I would never do that. But I understand the difference. No matter who I vote for, we are the ones that have to actually do the work. And I begin to see that. We giving people credit that don't deserve it. Now, the lady gonna try to tell me, look what's happened with the ladies and they this you know this with the I just got a message said you went live for 90 minutes and TikTok they kind of congratulating me. Um don't forget to take a break. That's what they said too. And I'm so surprised my goddamn going Instagram is acting right tonight too. But that's be honest, that's because I was trying to let them know now. Like I said, I'm not saying do not vote. But whoever we vote for or y'all vote for, it's work that has to be done. You can vote the devil in, it don't matter, and the demons in. But it's always somebody that fight against that. So I'm the one with the organizations that I'm with, whatever policies they create to hurt the people, we will fight against your policies. So you think they're not like organizations that's out there is not coming together to get this bill, Roe versus Wade? If I'm saying it wrong, like I said, contributed to this. My mind, I'm 62, so I'm just talking, and sometimes the words don't pop in. But y'all understand where I'm at, right? Y'all understand it better than me. But now, that's what I was trying to explain to them. And this one dude come talking about, yeah, because if he was near me, yeah, because you probably 5'5". If I was near you, I would do this to you, and I would do. I'm like, brother, please don't do that. Don't, 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 don't do that. I come from that. And if you call yourself threatening me, and if I really think you're gonna carry it out, what I'm gonna do? Just wait for you to come? Don't do that. I said, where you at? Since you want to call me all these names and stuff, right? Where you at? And I told you I come from the streets. God turned my life around 31 years ago. So I take that information today to try to help turn lives around for the better. And either way, I was like, bro, I love you. You know what I'm saying? Little stuff to him because I wasn't trying to take it personal. One, if I tell you I didn't vote, because number one, when you talk about your word should be your bond. For a lot of y'all that don't understand, your word is your bond. So when you say stuff, I'm looking for you to actually do what you say because your word is your bond. And when you get in, and I'm saying this for myself because of some of the people I worked with, when they got their seats, won their seats, I watched them turn their heads. And it disappointed me because now I understand that individual that we put in position, they have a team that they work with. It's not just about that individual. And I'm thinking about our prosecutor. Now, if you right there, Donnie, because I can't see if you flashing by, the prosecutor told me, we know you didn't do this. And we know you didn't do that. Now I'm on home monitor. We know you didn't do it. But you guilty by association. And I looked over at her. And when she read off the second report of me supposed to have did something to the female, that was that damn detective that wrote that. Now I'm being charged with second-degree assault with her. No, yeah, second-degree assault, burglary on my own housing program, and business. My office is there. This is my rental property. So I burglarized my own rental property and business and harassment. That's on the girl. I said, no, me and her never had nothing like that. Went through certain things. Now, I watched this girl assault one of the male clients. She hit him. Now, it was a pregnant girl in there that came in October. Let me make sure. By the end of October, she was gone. This girl was like 8 months pregnant, and the same one they tried to say that I supposed to have done something to threatened to fight her every day. And I said, if you put your hands on her. Now, mind you, I didn't know this girl really had issues. Her brother would say it, but I didn't take it, until she swung on this guy. And when she hit him, I was like, dang, he was serious. But now I'm supposed to be charged with something with her. But the police must have got the information from her brother that I was texting his sister about the rest of the rent money. She told me I knew she wanted to buy her daughter something for Christmas. That was fine. So the month of January, she just gave me $200 because I understand. So I was waiting for the rest, and I texted her. We texting. When is you going to be able to give me this? Because I got to pay, the bills, right? See, all of this was not explained to you, Vanessa, the prosecutor. So I know where it came from. Vanessa. It came from the detective. She did it to get me violated. She did it to get me indicted so I wouldn't make it to my court for April the 9th. She put it in on April the 7th. None of this. Now I'm finding out the day before I was supposed to went to court what I supposed to have done. I said, oh my God, ain't nobody did that bull jump but that prosecutor. That police detective. See, I share my story. I ain't got a freaking thing to hide. And I was getting ready to say suckers for some of y'all that want to come up against me. I don't have to do this. And sometimes y'all don't realize how hard it is that I have to make myself. I'm like a lot of y'all when it comes to the low to moderate income people. The hell with them. I ain't helping nobody doing this and that. They should have blah, 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 blah. I hear that a lot. But then somebody like me who come on here and I do this, y'all get mad. He this, he that, something wrong with him. Ain't nothing wrong with him. The thing, yes, it is. I love too much. And when I talk, if you don't listen to me here, when I talk, you'll hear me here because you're figuring out what you can say before I even finish. Because that's what they was doing. And I said, wait a minute, listen. No, because this not right. That's not right. It does sound like I'm telling you. So guess what? While I'm in prison, they raided my niece's house. Talking about they looking for Ray-Ban glasses, they looking for this, they looking for that. Checkbooks and all this. No, they went in there and tore my stuff up. My niece said, Uncle Steve, your room, they tore up the worst. That was my office paperwork and everything. That was the papers that I had to file, the people intake stuff. The police did it. Now, check it out. There was a guy in the house in the front room on the first floor. And they found him in there unalive. had a beard like me. He was bigger than me, but you know, I'm a 6'1", and they found him in there unalive. He been in there for so long, from what I understand, that he bloated. Said blood was everywhere, all this stuff, right? I'm trying to call to find out what happened to this man. This is not in the police report. I'm trying to find out what happened to this man. And people telling me, leave it alone, Steve, leave it alone, Steve, let it go, Steve. And I understand all that because I had to let it go. I can't find one client that was in my housing program. I'm calling people and stuff like that, and I can't get through. I don't know if they told them to block me or they got their phone changed. I can't reach nobody to find out what really happened to this man. If you're getting high, you cannot come in my program. I will get you the help you need. So I had to shut my mouth on that. And I'm telling my lawyer, I said, man, this thing is bigger than what you realize. And the reason why I came on, y'all, when I shared what I shared, don't attack me. Don't attack me. I'm getting so sick and tired of people attacking me. And I kept asking them, I said, what do y'all do in the community, mother suckers, to help build? And it's not being smart. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck hers. And I'm not being smart. I see what goes on that level with the people that need them the most. You can talk all you want, but when you begin to see it for yourself, you understand what I'm doing. But if you're not, I'll ask you, because I want to know if you understand how it trickles down, right? So I'm asking you, what is you doing to build up? And a lot of them that come for me ain't doing nothing. I don't even I go over on Twitter, right? I'm on Twitter. I have a Twitter account. I don't even like looking at Twitter like I used to. Since Elon Musk got involved in this, and there's so many melanated people that's over there, right? And they promoting. Then all of a sudden I'm hearing people talking about how Elon Musk is speaking more out about certain things than Donald Trump, like he's the president. I'm like, what the freak? Because it's business. And I do this, right, because of what I see, y'all. I told Marlo, I don't really want like the polices and all of that because I speak against certain things, right? I don't even want them to know where I live at. My daughter was in my truck riding down Irving. Police car on the other side of the street. Seen my truck, flipped around and stopped my daughter. And told my daughter, he said, tell your father. He said, I know your father, but tell your father I said hi. I said, what's his name and stuff? See, y'all can't share that. You can't sit here when I tell you why I'm on home monitor. I had to call ASAP because I had to go get my medicine. And the girl answered. Normally she don't answer, you leave her a message. And she said, okay, Mr. Copeland. Because they monitor me. And they see themselves what's going on. But see, now I have to shut my mouth with certain things. Because when I come on like this, people watch. Sometimes they want to say something, but they can't because they scared. And I know that. Marlo asked me, because of what he do and I do with the men and the women, to be a calm. He want us to team up, work together, right? So we partners now. And he told me, he said, Steve, a lot of people going to be mad. I said, I know. Because we team up. I said, I know. And I know running off in my mouth make a lot of people uncomfortable. I know what can happen when you talk against politics, when you talk against organized religion. Listen to Dr. Umar. I've been sending stuff over to my Facebook page because he's speaking on the same stuff I'm speaking. And he got people, a lot of people support him because they hearing the truth, And a lot of people criticize him too because he's being real. And he's telling people what's actually happening. And I'm telling Marlo, because this is what I'm doing. And I was on that page, right? And I hear what they saying, which I was telling them. Now, we talking about you should have voted because you didn't vote. You voted for Trump. I said, no, I didn't. I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for the people. My thing is the people. And when I realized, like, by him being, he's like that overseer for us, that mouthpiece for us when it come to dealing with foreign countries and stuff like that. He cannot call a war without Congress. Y'all better understand this. I put stuff on my Facebook page. A lot of y'all might read it. A lot of y'all might run. I asked my cousin, no, I'm talking. And I'm like, why do we fight against each other the way we do? He sent me something that said PTSD, post-traumatic slavery disorder. He said it been passed down generation after generation because my mindset, why just about any other culture can come together and fight for what their rights and stuff. But we fight more against each other. I've been saying it for the past 5 years. And I wanted to get this outright. Please stop doing it. I got a son. I have a daughter. Well, I have daughters. I have a grandson. I have 2 grandkids. Girls. When I run off at my mouth, I'm fighting for my family too. I'm not trying to go nowhere. So when I open up my mouth to y'all, not fucking scared I be. Don't never, ever freaking play with me. If you don't stand up and fight for our people, fuck y'all. And that's how I feel. And keep voting for people that can't really help us. I'm not dumb to this. I look for business partners. I look for sponsors. I look for investors. If you can't help me get the money to help build up in the inner city, tell Trump I need about $10 million. You suckers. Tell Harris I need about $10 million so we can rehab and build back up in Baltimore City. I know it doesn't come from them. I got so many people that have nonprofits, that have businesses, that's doing great work in the inner city, but they don't get government funding. And you would think they do. No. The donations come from other people. My friend Squeaky with the recreation center have 500 bikes to give back to the children for Christmas and other stuff. They didn't come from none of us. Some of them might have, I'm just not. They might have. I thought about it. Some of them. 500 bikes. And I guarantee you, because they have a basketball court, they are outside where the basketball court is at. And somebody is there, like security, to make sure don't nobody go and get them. This man deals with Hogan. And Hogan introduced him to a lot of his friends that's willing to give back. So my thing is, Westmore, Governor Westmore, are you serious? Come on, Ray. Are you serious about like really wanting to help the inner city people? Because that's what Steve Copeland did. Guide some money this way. I can't go tell Trump that. I can't go tell Harris that. I can't go tell Barack that. And I know Barack do a lot of stuff from what I learned from other people as far as it's this company that goes in to these $1 million houses and get the products out of there and they sell them back for a certain amount of, I know a business that does that and they give free stuff out, right? And I have a brother that's a black guy, melanated. Well, he's African, I'm sorry. And he furnished people houses. So this was Steve, do you suckers? Now you want to see the real person? Where I can call and say, look, I got a family that needs this, that needs that to furnish it, right? I got a place where I get box springs and matches from. Look on my Google page before you talk against me when I say certain things. My actions speak louder than anything I could say out of my mouth. Because I was taught your word is your bond. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you something that I can't do. And if it gets to the point that I can't really help in certain ways, like with the housing program, and I know you need somewhere to go, I'm going to make phone calls to get you in somewhere. And guess what? I have to rely on other people if they're going to work with you or not. But you don't stop doing what you're doing on your end. Because now it's the holidays. So a lot of people don't have space right now because people need help. And most of the time when they reach out to me, is because they didn't call certain places and they couldn't get the help. So they happened to run across my page And they'll call me, or somebody would say, call Steve Copeland. But I'm only sharing this because I'm not like a lot of people that don't give a hell. And if I felt truly like Donald Trump, if I felt like he was actually taking his money, the money that comes back into the city, that comes down, that goes to the mayor to build up in the city, does not come from the president. It's Congress. That's why y'all need to look up certain things. Now, I'm not deep like some people know the statistics of what certain things happen, the percentage rate of what happens here, what happens there, who done so much work here. I was listening to some people doing that too, and that was so amazing. That's not where I'm at because I see certain things with my own two eyes that needs improved up. So most people have knowledge, but either way, I'm going to ask you, if you come for me, what are you doing in the community to help build back up? And I am not talking about our middle class people. And I'm not talking about our millionaires. But now the conservative middle class people is the new poor people. I've been hearing it a lot. So what it's still doing, what a lot of y'all don't pay attention to, you pushing out. I heard somebody talk about gentrification. So I tell people this too. Whenever you hear that word or you got them gentrifying in the inner city, a lot of poor people cannot afford the $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 houses. So you find a way to unalive them and move them out. As a person that used to hustle, we would go out of town to get certain things. So, it's somebody over top of somebody over top of somebody. You know that, right? Somebody over top of somebody. So y'all want to talk about these big pharmaceutical companies and stuff like that? A lot of that stuff get poured in abundantly. So I kind of know from where I come from, where that come from. Even this right here, they just started making it easier where our babies are carrying them. I was 15 years old. Had a 32 Derringer. Carried it right in my pocket. Bullets about this big, but it was a teeny gun. A 32, small. So when that guy was talking stuff, I was like, bro, please don't do that. Because I'm saying I ain't that, And then he started giving me the fingers. I started laughing. I said, I love you, bro. Because I'm trying not to, you look, I'm 6'1". And he said he's 6'8". Talking about if I was near you, I'd smack you. I'm like, bro, come on, man. So I went there. Oh, he's supposed to be a deacon, he this and that. No, you got the Negro now. You want to talk junk. That's just a title. Let me make that clear. But what work do you do with that title, bro? When I say I'm a community activist, understand it's work. I do the work, the footwork with the people. And everybody I talk to, Roland, that I'll sit back and tell people I'm on the ground, so we do the footwork, it flies right over your head. But understand the difference. Politicians, it's all about creating laws, bills, policies. It's not about the actual footwork, the solution part of it, to do the work. And I begin to see that. Now, I can only tell you where I'm at. I don't care who you vote for. I don't care. Because I started realizing it's the citizens, whatever they're calling for, whatever they're talking to Congress about. It's the people that has to come together and do the necessary work. And it flies over so many people's heads. Now, I know, I'm trying to remember some of the names that was fighting for the rights for men and women, or mainly women, because men got to a point they was able to vote, but then they had to get a bill passed for the women to start voting. You have women now that's fighting for equal, and I'm trying to get to the financial part, right? Trying to find the words, but how much a man may make, that woman might not make that amount. So they fighting for equal rights in that area. Even if they pass a bill for them not to be able to get that amount. But you have organizations that fights for the rights, because a lot of y'all don't come out and support these communities to be able to, fight for their rights. We, with Communities United and some other nonprofit organizations, fought to reduce I know that's not them sending me something to co-host, talking about co-host with 2 hours. We fought in Baltimore City to reduce the police budget. Now, this was a couple of years ago. Their budget was reduced by 20 million. And from what I understand, they took the money out of was the police riding on horseback. Now, the reason why, because that money they try to get to go back into the community. Now, I'll share this with people, right? And my goal is, if you don't really understand where I'm coming from, just listen, because I'm only sharing with you from what I see on this level. But if you focusing more on the presidents, you're going to miss out on everything else, because you're looking for them supposed to be held. They doing this and they doing that for the people. And when I start realizing who actually create the policies, and whoever for the laws, policies for the president to sign into law, he don't create policies. And that's where a lot of y'all are lost at. He either sign them or he veto them. It's Congress. That's why so many people take stuff to the Supreme Court. So if you don't understand the three branches, basically, of the government and how it works, you don't get it. And I'm only saying this, right? And my wording might not be the way you want it. But a lot of times I can only tell you with me. I can speak from the level of where I'm at. And if you don't hear me here, you'll be in your head and you'll be trying to figure out why this, why that, why, or you might have an answer before I can even finish what I'm saying. And I want a lot of y'all to hear this because a lot of y'all do that. If I'm on somebody's platform, I listen to a guy talk and I'll listen to people talk right over him. Know why? Because they hearing what he's saying, but they not really listening with their spirit. So they gotta have an answer before you ever finish talking or saying what you're saying. See, I know that because I had to understand the difference between a person actually hearing you. They hear you, but they're not listening to you. And that's what happened with me. Y'all hear what I'm saying, but you can't figure out why he do this or why he do that. You can't figure it out because you're trying to figure it out. Everything is not to be figured out. And that's what I had to understand. Even when it come down to scripture, it's like, God, why you want me to do this? God, it's not about trying to figure it out. If God sends you a message to do certain things, the goal is just do it. I used to ask that too, and I still will. Why this? Why that? But if he send you a message and it's clear, do it. And I'm going to say this again. I didn't know, and I didn't understand, right? Organized religion is man-made doctrine, laws, tradition-wise. Whatever your religion is, you have to live a certain way according to that religion. I grew up Baptist, so I'm in a Baptist church for 5 years. So I know what it is to live accordingly. Then all of a sudden, I kind of winged away from the church. Now, I was listening to Malachi York, and Malachi York said, a woman cannot have a baby without a man. And be honest with you, we already know you got to do the do in order for her to get pregnant. I'm just saying. But he was saying that Mary supposed to have been pregnant with Christ, and he believed Gabriel was the one that impregnated Mary. But Mary said out her mouth when Gabriel came to her, how can I have a baby and she never been with a man? So I'm just saying this right because it kind of confused me. And because of the way he put it, it makes sense. A woman cannot have a baby without a man. They need that, you know. Then he made a statement that once you pass away unalive, you're unalive. But he was talking about how Lazarus came back. So it wasn't that he was contradicting it. He was making it plain and simple, where you could look at it and understand this clearly. And what that did for me, I backed up off the church. Because now I'm getting kind of lost. Because what he said was true. But now, mind you, for 3 years, it was like I was in the wilderness. But guess what? I had to come back. Whatever scripture says, whatever it said, don't try to figure it out, Steve. Just believe what it is, what it is, what it is. Do not try to figure God out. Because whatever God tells us to do, it might not make sense to us here. But the point is, do it. So I had to stop trying to figure God out. And that's what a lot of people do. What God does, they try to make sense out of it. And sometimes what is simple now to us, or no. I'm trying to say, I said it's simple to us, right? We trying to figure it out. So it's not simple. We trying to figure it out to make sense out of it. That's the word I was trying to get, to make sense out of it. And I realized, to get back into scripture, whatever scripture says, just believe what it is, what it is, what it is. You get me? So when I did start going to the Church of Redeemed, and I realized he started out, even it was apostolic or Pentecostal one, but he dropped the denomination. He dropped that, the title, and just strictly start coming from scripture. And he started making it so plain and so simple. That's why a lot of us miss certain things, because we're trying to figure it out. And if you listen to what I say, right now, the only way I can basically realize that I'm still on the right path, I'm still on track, Donnie, is because I lived a certain way of life. I don't live that life no more. And anytime I practice a certain way of life, the old behaviors, I know for me, I have to put a stop to it. Stop, Steve. I have to tell myself no, because I didn't understand that it's the flesh that desires what is wrong against the spirit. So I have to learn to have control over my flesh by telling my flesh no. It's like talking with that little kid. You can't have this, you can't have that. Or if I have certain things, like I got a taste for some chocolate. Now, I might say I'm gonna use one slice of bread, but actually I'm gonna go make a sandwich. So there's nothing wrong with having the chocolate, but when you know you only supposed to do a half and you want to do a whole. So listen to what I'm saying, because I'm talking about a person that has an obsessive and compulsive behavior. And it's not just the food. So y'all really missed what I was sharing with y'all earlier about why I stepped outside my marriages. That's why you gotta listen and understand. I even asked a guy that's married. I said, now this was years and years ago, y'all. I asked him, I said, have you ever stepped outside your marriage? Have you ever did this? Have you ever did that? He said, no. I said, why? He said, because of my integrity. I'm like, what the heck is that? I'm like, what the heck is that? Your integrity? So I had to look it up. And now I started a page for Baltimore's men of integrity, Donnie, if you're looking. Sometimes listen, bro. Okay? Listen. If you have not experienced what that other person did, shh, listen. Listen. Because you can learn from it. What not to do. And then I even said this. When I stepped outside my second marriage, I felt like I failed God, not my wife. Because my goal was to live more by, I understood more this time about my commitment that I made, the vows that I took. But y'all wouldn't let me share that. So the goal was in this second marriage, not to make the same mistakes that I made in my first marriage. And my thing is, if you're not, that's why I try not to come up on too many people's shows. Because if you don't sit there and you talk about everybody else's experience, mistakes in life, but you're not talking about yours. I sponsor a lot of men and women. So I know how some people can do stuff, but they turn around and point the finger at you. I already know all that. Whether you a man or woman. When I tell you I sponsor men and women and the clean time, I take my clients that comes into my housing program. I didn't realize until a lady told me. She said, Steve, you know what you are? No, I'm the type of guy to help people. That's all I know. Right. She said, you are a life coach. I was like, her. Because the goal is to help you turn your life around. The goal is not to judge you, even if you're a woman that likes women, if you're a man that likes men, if you're a person that want to get rid of this to get that over there. It's not my goal as a man that sponsor men and women. The goal is to help you find peace within yourself with whatever decisions you make in life, because a lot of people is going to criticize you anyway. I don't do that. I don't do it. And if you're the type of person that wants to turn around and you know this person is a transgender, something like that, and if you want to criticize them, you want to talk about them, you want to talk down on them, now check this out. People got feelings too. I don't care what they do. But when you down somebody, you're wrong. Because you might not practice or did something like that, but you have done something too to screw up yourself. You want somebody to judge you for it? I know a lot of men that's bi, love women and love men. I wouldn't knock it, because if that's where they at with what they like in life, my thing is find peace within yourself. And let me share this as a deacon or as a minister for Christ. God already knew before the foundation of this world, when he put me in my mama's body, he already knew how I was going to live. And no matter what, I can tell y'all right now, no matter how I live my life, no matter how I stumble and fall, I believe deep in my spirit I done earned my seat beside Christ. Not Donald Trump, not Harris. Okay? So I'm only saying this for some of y'all that gets upset because people didn't vote. A lot of people don't vote for certain reasons. You need to listen to their reasoning and stop trying to push your stuff on them. Stop. I fight against evil. Some of y'all don't get it. I fight against organized religion and politics. Me and my friend was on here talking. I was talking about religion. She said, oh, that's politics. Same. Wanting to control the people, manipulate and lie to the people. So that's why I was trying to tell y'all, right? Don't get it wrong. Don't get it wrong. I have no interest. None. I don't care who the hell get in there. Now, y'all help me change my mind. We make it through this. I hear a lot of people saying World War III, this and that, this and that. Now, guess what? If this stuff happened, prayerfully, it doesn't attack us at the vicinity that we're in. But if a city attack us, and believe me, they gonna think twice, because we have the largest army and fighting tools than any freaking country. Only thing I don't like, if they do attack, it might be closer towards the White House, right? And we're not that far, but still, I'm saying, and believe me, try to come in with the National Guards and stuff. My man said it. My man said it earlier. Try to come in, and you got to understand this. Our people, he said martial law. Our people, look at what they're doing to each other. Some of them have stuff illegally. So do you actually think they're gonna back down off of that? So basically, they do martial law, and the service people come in. You think our people ain't gonna fight them back? So a lot of them gonna lose their lives too. Think y'all gotta look at that. See, y'all might not see that, but I see that. And I am gonna go, and I thank y'all because what was said to me, I'm not, and I want to make this clear, I'm not a freaking sellout. I was told, or some people was talking to me, said, bro, stop doing what you're doing and come and sit at the table. You can make millions over here. Stop doing what you're doing to build up and like warning people of certain things. Come and sit over here. You can make millions over here. And it was a police officer. And I said, I can't do it. But I guarantee you a lot of y'all that was on that live earlier would do it. I can't sell out people out. And that's what I told him. I said, my spirit, my conscience won't let me. I said, because I'm talking about the Holy Spirit for a lot of y'all that don't understand, your conscience would eat me up. I cannot do it. Me and Marlo was talking about that today. So I know everything that I'm doing, it's aligned up. It's to keep it aligned with the Creator. So when I look at what we read in Scripture, let me put it like that, how Christ came and he embraced the people. Y'all know it says how he turned 2 fishes in and then the bread, and then he fed the multitude. From what I gathered later, normally when people travel, they make more food than what they need at that time. He got them to help each other. Then fish was plentiful. So they was able to fish and help feed each other. And this is the way it was broken down to me. So now, not that it's breaking down, I got a white box truck. I can get 8 pallets on that box truck. So I'm actually feeding back the people. See, unless you can tell me what you're doing to mimic what Christ was doing. Now, when you got people that's dealing with low self-esteem, issues from the past of being, hurt sexually or whatever how y'all say it, when you have people that have trauma, the goal is to encourage and motivate them because a lot of them feel less than. So that's why Christ told the apostles to go back into the community to become fishers of men. Embrace the people. And it wasn't the ones that's already doing good for themselves. It was the ones that we tend to turn our back on. So when you said something to me, please vote. Oh, he's a deacon. I was called to ministry. That's just the title. but I do the footwork. I do the footwork. I do the work. I can get donations from just about anywhere. I can give it to nonprofits that don't get government money. Did that slip over your head? Y'all head? So you want to tell me because I didn't vote for hers, rather I vote for hers or rather I vote for Trump, I can't stop doing what God told me to do. And that's help his people. Even being on home monitor. Now, you know what made me feel good? And I shared it not too long ago. I had called to let the lady at ASAP know that I'm getting ready to go get my medication. So I'm getting ready to ride to get it. Somebody gonna take me to get it. And she said, okay. Because I don't want somebody to look and say, well, he's not in the house. He this, he that. She said, okay. I said, thank you. Because she answered the phone for one. And I texted her back. When I came home, I said, I'm back in the house. And I sent hearts. Thank you. Because guess what? And it's just my bull jump. They working with me. They don't want me to violate this. I don't want to violate it by, going out without letting them know what's what. You get me? But I'm only saying this for a lot of y'all. If you don't listen, people like myself, listen. Because you get people in positions of high authority. And their goal is, I'm telling you, the best way for a lot of them to save money, you can't continue. If they create jobs, and you come in and they're giving you $60, $70, $80,000, that's $60, $70, $80,000 worth of work that you actually have to do for them. So if you're not standing up to like giving them what they need to continue profiting, then they don't need you. But then too, that's why we just don't pay taxes. Some of those businesses have to pay taxes basically they paying a lot of stuff for us, like 401k, retirement plan, health insurance, family health, insurance. The company normally pay that stuff. So it's more money they're kicking out, but the better work, the more work you do to help them, go up, they can afford to do that. But I'm coming in to provide actually a service for you. And I know if I do a good goddamn job, guess what? You gonna make money. I'm gonna make money. Y'all talking to a dude with a 9th grade freaking education. But like me and Marlo was saying, it's how you play the game. Because you got your politicians, then you got your businessmen like us. You used to live a certain way of life. So you can see the con artists. You can see the manipulation. You can see the games. And I'm sitting up here and I'm going to do it again. I'm listening to Donald Trump talking to this Chinese man about $200 billion. It's some type of deal. I didn't get all into it because what I was seeing, that's the businessman. But how much he's going to profit from that. Because if that man invests $200 billion, I'm going to say in the United States, he get a percentage amount, a certain amount back because he's investing. And if you listen to him, they showing it on TikTok. If you listen to him, he's not really saying now he's willing to work with the United States. But Trump like, well, would you do $200 billion? Would you do 200 billion? And I'm looking at how much you gonna get off that 200 billion, because he's going to profit, because he's investing his money into the United States. But now let's see if we get any of that money. And I wish I could say is the name of their business, but I would have to get it off my phone. So I'm gonna do this again. I'm on the ground level. So I'm looking at it with the organizations that I work with, or the people that I work with. I'm looking at it from that standpoint. How is that money going to profit? I mean, benefit, like growing back up into the areas that really needs it. I'm over here near Morgan. Beautiful area. Beautiful. My kids used to living like this. Beautiful area, right? I don't know about y'all, but when I ride from here and I go into the inner city, it's a whole different vibe. Whole different shift. You can feel it in your spirit. Because you might leave some area that that's rough and stuff like that, and you riding into your more conservative area. As you leave from riding from certain areas and start riding into your more conservative areas, it's like it's a whole different vibe, a whole different feeling. Some people might not understand that. You ain't got to worry about rats. Might see a mice here and there. That happens. Even it wasn't a fox. What was the thing? It wasn't a fox that walked past. It wasn't a fox. I'm trying to think of the name of it. But anyway, I'm just saying that because when you live mostly around wooded areas with actual trees and stuff like that, you normally see deers. And the name of it is on the tip of my tongue. Just won't come out yet. But this is what happens when you in a more wooded areas. You begin to see certain animals that you might not see in the inner city. Raccoon. It was a raccoon. So I've been on here for 2 hours and 33 minutes so far. And normally, I don't come on Sundays. I do Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. But after that, I felt the need to come on. And do not get me wrong. Personally, I don't vote. Only because of what I begin to see. The process of how things actually get done. And when Trump got in, a lot of people got mad. It did not bother me. And the reason why I'm saying it didn't bother me, because I started realizing whatever laws Congress give to the president, because they all have to agree on certain things, it's the people. Once those laws are passed by the president, he just agreeing with them or he don't agree. That's the only power he has. Look it up. He can't even declare war by himself. Look it up. See, y'all feeding people all of this stuff, and I'm hearing you. And I'm like, it's mis-freaking information. And some of y'all understand melanated. It's not that I'm going to go back and I'm going to share this with you. God guided me up to Genesis, Exodus, when he told Moses to go tell Pharaoh, I said, let my people go. The Israelites, the males, because you know, when you have more dominating men and they standing up, they're going to fight for their rights, even back then. So the goal was to start gaining control over them as much as you can. Now, I didn't understand all of this until I got locked up last year. And God put me in, you know, I'm starting to read again. And he's showing me. That's why a lot of y'all should listen. So I'm talking about slavery from that time to 1619. So they started practicing again here. And it wasn't 400 years of slavery. It was actually 2-something. We've been freed. So if you calculate it, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. It wasn't 200 years for a lot of y'all that's feeding that. It was about 250. Look at 1619. I can't even calculate it. 1619 to 1852 or 53. And it didn't free everybody. It was in certain continents. But they became free later. But now check it out. What is slavery? Cheap labor. Melanated people was already here. And they just didn't enslave melanated people. They did it with some white people. And white people was hung too. So that's why when I share stuff, I'm only sharing to like y'all for the little research that I done. Because I'm looking at the always me, why us, why this, why that, they this, they that, blah, 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 blah. Because that's all we do. And I'll ask you, okay, you know what the problem is. What are y'all doing to help reduce it? Well, blah, 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 blah. No, what is you doing? And then ask me what I'm doing with the like-minded people that's God putting in my life. I got my toe, my right foot. I had my big toe amputated. I was over the hospital, the prison hospital. They operate because they neglected me when I said, please help me. Because my legs are swollen and I'm scared it's going to go down into my, I don't know why I kept saying it, but it's going to go down into my feet. Guess what? The fluid did it. Where I had a toe missing some years ago, the fluid went in there and it looked like I was growing another toe because they neglected me when I asked them to help me at first. What organ that's going on in my body that's failing me for the fluid to be doing what it's doing? I'm over there with these Chinese people and they just steady screaming back and forth at me and I had to yell at them. I need help. Well, anyway, it bust. And I took my hand, did like this. I said, oh my God, it's infected. So I had to go. They rushed me out. This the bull junk I seen over the prison, how they don't give a freak about the people. They operated on my feet where I had the toe missing. They had to go in, cut that open, take out the infected area. The way they had it wrapped on my pinky toe. In between my toes, you got to make sure they, nice and dry. So I was putting that tenactin on it, So the doctor came in. I was telling him what I was doing. He took some of the Tinectin, put it on that area that I had just had an operation on, that was healing. That was on a Friday. Monday morning, I was back in the hospital. They had to operate again on my feet. That ain't stopped me from doing what I'm doing. So I just want to say this for some of y'all, and not all of y'all. When I run off at my mouth, if you don't really understand where I'm at, it might sound like it's unbelievable to you, but I'm telling you what actually happened to me. Listen. Now, I'm home. I got this bracelet on my right feet. I got the cord running like this, charging at night. I get a little bruise on my feet, my toe, my feet. They had to amputate my big toe. I only got 3 toes on my right feet. I was operated on 3 times within a year. Now, mind you, the police put some reports together to put me over here. Then I was neglected down in the MTC hospital. So, ACLU talking with me, ADT talking with me, because these are people that fights for the prisoners. And it's the disability thing, right? And how they neglect the people. Some of them was correction officers themselves, and they retired because they was tired of seeing what was happening with the people. So every time they came, they would talk with me. Are you okay, Mr. Copeland? What's going on, Mr. Copeland? Man, y'all know I run off at my mouth, but it got to the point I wasn't seeing no change. So it was like, just shut up, man. And they knew Mr. Steve ain't had no problem talking. And it was this officer, right? Correction officer. Me and him would talk like people. It was a lot of them. So I knew some of the ones that was full of crap, and I knew some of the ones that was really wanted to help make changes. I talked with the warden. For some of you suckers that's worried about me voting, I talked with the warden. I held down a prison commitment for 10 years of coming in and encouraging our men when you come home and doing the right things. What's up, shit? Oh, doing the right things, right? Let me move this so I could see. So I told the warden, I said, look, once I get this thing situated with what happened, I said, I have no problem coming back, cleaning this up, right? And helping y'all create programs that we can help the men before they come home. So you have to start early. I helped Barbara Robinson, Senator Barbara Robinson, had created a bill and got the funding for it to help our men. Well, I'm gonna just say the prisoners, because women too, with programs in it, apprenticeship type programs, so they can be certified when they come home. Now, guess what? She got the money and everything, but when she went to go for that second term, she came up against Antonio Hayes. And Antonio Hayes said something crazy out of his mouth. I said, I'm going to chew his ass up. Until I found out that was Pinky's son, that little kid that I used to always ask about. I didn't know he went into politics. So I backed up. Ask me again why I ain't vote. Ask me again. Okay? Because like I said, when you understand from where I'm at, you'll understand why. Because it's not about them. So Antonio Hayes is the Senate for the area that we grew up in. Mayor Scott, I remember him from a little boy running around up Park Heights. So I call him nephew. And I used to comfort him real hard. But the reason why I'm sharing this, right? Because once again, by me talking to the warden, and I know how important it is to change your old ways of thinking. Because if you don't help us begin to have healthy thoughts in a more positive way, that's why you have guys coming home. And if they can't get the proper jobs that they want to either take care of their family or whatever, they're going to go back to doing the same things what they used to do. The things that they used to do. Because when I first got clean, my goal was to put the package out and come over here and talk a real good game. God said, you do, and I'm going to take you down. So I was like, that's all right, then, that's all right. Now, see how I talk about God? Because that became personal with me. And if you don't have that personal connection, don't knock that next man. Because it's not for everybody. God already know who he prepared to do this stuff. When I think about like Jonah, I look at Jonah when God told him to go to Nineveh. So now I look at myself when God says, Steve, I want you to go and say this, and I want you to go say that, and I want you to go do this. And I'd be like, no, God. So do you want to continue talking? What's your name? Please vote. Listen to the man share his experiences, not on theory from what you think. Listen to the man that's walking through this. Because guess what? When God told Moses to go tell Pharaoh and them to let his people go, I didn't realize that's what I'm actually doing with our organized religion and the politics. That's why I was trying to tell y'all, let me explain it. But you would not listen. Because when I opened up my mouth, the 3 and 4 y'all kept coming, talking about, because you didn't vote for Harris, that was a vote for Trump. And guess what? If I voted for Harris and not Trump, somebody else, the same vice versa, right? You would have heard the same things. But now, once I realized, and listen to what I'm talking about, rolling down, Kwaisi is he's a congressman. So I can ask Kwaisi, why y'all do this? Why y'all do that? Why this right here? But you don't do it. I can ask him. Know why? Because I remember him when I was younger coming up too. So this is what I told Kwaisi, right? I'm 62. I said, come here. Now, I've been watching you for a long time. Now, mind you, he ain't got no gray. I said, what do you use to dye your gray? He bust out laughing. Because understand this, it's politics. And for me, I like to get to meet the individual. That's all I'm trying to say, y'all. Just to like see where their mindset is at, see how they think. And when y'all start talking about left wing, right wing, I don't even understand none of that, right? But what I will do, I like to know why people think the way they think. And my goal is if you get to know people too on a personal level, because of where I'm at with the LLC, if they know people that will support the LLC. So you got to know who's who and who can actually help you with getting funding and finances towards the business. That's why, listen, people. But listen with this. I was called by God, not by Trump, not by hers, to do what I do. I was called by God. That's why none of y'all caught what I was saying. Because what I'm saying too, it's a big difference between politics and when you actually work the solution or you work on the problem. You know what the problem is, and I don't hear nobody basically talking about what we can do to either stop certain things or reduce it. And I'm going to ask you, when you run off at your freaking mouth, what are you doing? I was asked to run for the 12th House of Delegates, for the House of Delegates, for the 12th District, on the Republican ticket. And the reason why I was going to do it, because I wanted the financing of letting people know what Copeland do that's building back up in the inner city. So I wanted the finances of getting that attention to build on the business. And the person that just called my phone twice ran for governor. And he told me, he said, you know, if you win, you can't continue doing strengthening the community. You have to back up because it's business. So this is what I said. Well, why in the hell should I run? If I can't take the financing part of it, which I didn't understand, you cannot take that political money that people send for your you running and everything, right? So they send in money, donations to help you do what you do politically. You can help another person that's into politics, but you can't use that money on a personal level. I didn't understand that. That's why I can share that. And then if you say, no, that's not true, okay, Ivan Bates is a lawyer, a defense attorney. He became a prosecutor. So now he's good at defending people. So now the goal is he's good at burying your butt when you do something wrong. He's a prosecutor, right? I supported him because I run off at this. He knows I run off at this. Brandon Scott knows I run off at this. A lot of our Republicans, a lot of our Democrats know Steve do this. So because I do this in the city, it draws tension this way. And that's why a lot of them will ask me to help them to win their seat. For y'all, they call yourself coming for me. Now, I couldn't explain all of this over there, but like I told y'all, I have a talk show. I can come on my talk show. So that's why I don't care to go too much on other people's stuff. So now let me do this again. It's not hers know a lot about politics. She knows about the laws, right? And I did look for hers to win. But when her started opening up her mouth for a very, very, very educated woman, I was like, oh my God. And what I love about her, because the way she dressed and the way she presented herself more of, like, you can tell she's a people person. You get me? Compared to your businessman. And that's why I felt something totally different with her. And that's why, either way, if she had got in whatever her in Congress and the Senate work with, the goal is to help the people, encourage the people to abide by the rules or the laws. That's what I was trying to tell y'all. So no matter who get in, it's Congress that we go to. And so many of y'all, and I'm not saying you're wrong, don't get it wrong, because you're right. Now, if I vote you in, knowing that I know you don't really do the footwork, only voted you in because you're a mouthpiece. It's the people that do the footwork. You hear them talking about make America great again? If the Democrats and the Republicans don't come together, how you gonna make it great again? Huh? If you got them over here bashing them over there, and I'm gonna tell y'all personally, I do not hear the Democrats bashing the Republicans like I hear y'all. But the reason why I said that, right? Because I'm looking at, Emperor, I'm looking at us coming together. You will never make America great again if we stay so divided. You will never. I don't care what color you is, because it's not just about, BLK and YT. But if we don't come together to do the work that needs to take place, that means we have to unite. It's going to stay divided. Vote for the freak who you want. But if the people do not come together. So the more I hear the Republicans over here calling the Democrats demons and calling them this and that, that's not coming together. That keeps dividing us. So you're being fed fucked up information. And y'all are with it. Excuse my language. Because you want real, I'm going to give you real. That's what my talk show is all about. Keeping it real. So when you're dealing with Steve Copeland, I have no reason to lie. When I look at where I'm at, I'm going to say ministry-wise, right? When I look at where I'm at, it's like the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. So my thing is, on a personal note, what do I have to lie for? I'm talking, Emperor. I'm talking to some people on the show that one day they started saying, "Oh, you lying? Oh, you lying?" You don't know me. I'm sharing my experience with you, and a lot of stuff that happened to me to be on this home monitor. I can tell you who did it and why they did it, and I can tell you in this process, the only thing I needed the Eastern District to do was to get my clients to get the proper help they needed mentally. I have filed 3 emergency petitions on this one dude. They took him twice. And when he got there, he acted like wasn't nothing wrong with him. I said, why didn't you tell him the truth? He wanted to get back on his meds to keep him calmed down. And I found out that the police, when I called them to come out, they were supposed to have taken him to get the help. But I had to go fill out the paperwork for them to come, for them to take the paperwork to the police district, then for them to come and take him. When I did it the 3rd time, because he wasn't on his meds. And I did it for another client to get the proper help that he would need. And guess who became the problem? Because they wasn't doing their jobs. So now the third emergency petition, they found the one for the young man, but the other guy, they couldn't find it. Because the same officer that wrote this police report and charges took it and hid it. I'm telling y'all what happened with me. And the way the Eastern District Police has played with me. And like I said, it will sound unreal, Sony. It does. And it trips me out. I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm going to tell you who been my encouragement lately, right? Dr. Umar. And not only Dr. Umar, I used to didn't care for Farrakhan. But when I start, now I'm older now. I'm more mature now. So I'm seeing where they coming from. And I'm experiencing a lot of it for myself. That's why I be saying people need to freaking listen. But listen here with your spirit. Not here. Because it won't make sense. It only makes sense to me. It only makes sense. I don't even know if this thing got a mic in it. So I have to watch sometimes. Steve is Steve. I come off of it November the 4th. November the 6th, I'm back on it. And I don't come off of it until March. That would be my 2 years served, like I'm behind bars. For something, Sony, that I did not do. And they know it. It was just the point. Okay, Mr. Copeland, we know you didn't do this. I told y'all. We know you didn't do that, Mr. Copeland. We know you was in the hallway. We know you didn't know they was going to swing on him. We know you didn't know they stole his phone. I said they stole his phone because I was paying his phone bill. He was like a nephew to me. But did y'all ever ask me that? No. So can I talk with the judge and tell the judge what Steve Copeland does? No. But what we're going to do, you are guilty, Mr. Copeland, until we find you, until we can make you guilty-er. Listen to what I'm saying. And I can see them over there in the background now. Oh, shit. He on his live. Uh-huh. That's why my Monday show is called 4 South. Because when I went to Central Booking, I was on 4 South. So I'm basically talking about the illegal stuff they do to arrest you. So I'm talking with a lot of people now. They did certain things, but when the police write a report, you can do one thing and they'll put about 100 charges on it. And you know what that does? That will give that prosecutor a chance to find something out of there to convict you of whatever. I was doing lives, Zooms, the judge sitting there, my lawyer there. Oh, Mr. Copeland can't talk, to tell them who he is. If I go to say something, it's like, Mr. Copeland, you can't talk. Because they think I'm going to say something to, get me more like a charge or something, right? But no, I can only tell you what Mr. Copeland does, and I can tell you about the two people. Number one, the young man, his aunt is like a niece to me. She called me and asked me to help her nephew. So to me, that's my nephew. So why would I want to hurt him? Now, the brother is in one house. I got a second house. His sister with 2 children, his sister with her 12-year-old, don't have nowhere to go. He asked me, would I help his sister? Yeah. So what in the freak do I look like bringing somebody in and hurting them? And then on top of that, her brother was the one to ask me to help his sister. So now I'm by myself. So if I do something to this girl, now her and her brother can jump on me If you had listened to me, I could explain something to y'all. But no. See, I can talk more on here about what really happened, right? And guess what? It's going to come. Because the goal is that I was trying to move away from, I'm going to sue Baltimore City and the Eastern District Police Department for what happened. So you try to figure it out. I already know what happened. They just don't know the truth. But I look at this police officer, the stuff he put together. He knew this was my housing program. His lieutenant knew this was my housing program. His commander knew this was my housing program. And the reason why I'm saying that, because of what I was doing, they was going to write down on something that anytime they come to one of my housing programs, they will know what they coming for. So he knew. He got mad at me because the girl brother I was trying to get into a better program, they was thinking I'm evicting him. No, I don't evict homeless people. The goal is, if my program is not suitable for you, I'm going to send you to some people that can better help you. Oh, they ain't want to hear that. You evicting him. No. If the goal is to put him in something more stable, you know, that's more stable than mine. Mine is independent living. So you have to come in and do the work, officer friendly. So this officer that we would argue, but when his camera wasn't on, we would talk. Oh yeah, because I got into this because I want to leave a legacy for my kids and blah, blah, blah. I know. I understand. But once that camera on, I was like, what the hell? But they told me they had to act a certain way in order for them to keep their job. So it was like they was performing. So I said, well, look, this is what we could do. I said, we come together, create some bills, talk with people where it won't make your work more harder for you. Hey, they told me this. They can't arrest you if they don't see what happened to you with their own 4 eyes, 2 eyes. I said, stop that bull junk. Because see, at one point, if a person threatened you and stuff like that, they got arrested. The same brother was smoking weed. I'm like, you can't smoke in here. You can't do this. You can't do that. I don't care what you do outside. But if you come in here and I see that stuff, you know, have you been disrespectful and violent and stuff, you can't be in here. But the goal is to put you in a recovery program. Y'all didn't realize all that, officer friendly. And I kept telling y'all, landlord, tenant. I said, no, I'm the tenant. They are my clients in my housing program. Landlord, tenant. I said, no. They were saying it so much, I thought I was losing my mind. They sounded like robots. I thought Elon Musk put some robots over there. Landlord, tenant. Landlord, tenant. I'm like, what the hell? And I would go down to the rental place, right? You know what they told me? Mr. Copeland, they harassing you. Fill these papers out right here. You can get up to $30,000 on this. Now, mind you, I'm talking about like 10, 15 officers. She said, that's all you got to do is go across to City Hall. You can get more. I said, well, I'm going to go across the City Hall. My ass got locked up before I was able to do anything. And I'm arguing with the police. I'm telling them, I said, let me tell you this. Y'all get paid. Y'all get paid to protect and serve. Y'all get paid. I don't get paid to come into the inner city and try to encourage and motivate our people to do the right things. And I'm basically talking, oh my God, what did you do this for? Oh, they said they restricted. See, that's why, I try to be uh I try to be clear and watch what I say and how I say it. Because I know TikTok is real sensitive with certain things, about because they try to make like what I say, and when they do it, once they look at it, they realize it's not like a person, it's not personal. Because they don't want you to make a personal attack. But it's just explaining. It's just explaining what I experienced. So in that process, I try to maneuver words. I try to play with words so nothing will pop up with that. But then when I talk, I talk. And when it comes to certain things that's happening, I speak out on. Like with ours here in Baltimore City, with our school superintendent. Now, I watch her on Twitter. She had 3 beautiful young daughters, very, very educated daughters, right? Because she know what it is to educate your children. So do I. Well, anyway, my thing is when I was asked to speak on it, now I came out in the 10th, so it's a 9th grade education. So I know my language and speaking, and it's not that broad. You get me? So when I came out to speak on it, and she's a very, very educated woman, so she knows what our children need to be better educated. But when I was asked to speak on it, I said, who's over top of her? Watch where I'm going. They said Brandon Scott. I'm talking about who can get rid of her to let her go for not properly educating our children. He said Brandon Scott and the board. I said, no, they're higher than that. If you do not properly teach our mainly melanated men, or have after school programs, and they have them, it's just some of the parents don't know where to go, that will tutor the children, stuff like that, to help them learn better. See, this when I come in and I'll talk about stuff like that, and they be like, get them out. Because what's going to happen, they're going to send our children to that slave encampment. If you don't educate them right, and I went and I shared my story, on coming out of school and not being properly educated. When I told my lawyer, right, I went into truck driving at 21, 9th grade education. And I made money to send my children to school and to live in decent neighborhoods, right? My kids never grew up in the inner city like that. And he was shocked. He was like, you didn't do this. You didn't do that. I said, no. I mean, I did what I did with the hustle and stuff like that, right? But I'm sharing this with him because I had to turn it around. I had to turn it. But when you don't properly educate some people right, they will wing off into destructive areas. When I found out a lot of our 10, 11-year-old kids was out there stealing cars. Now, mind you, by this time, I'm over MTC. And I'm listening to the news, right? Now, I'm old school. Where my goddamn belt? Blah, 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 blah. I'm old school. But that's what I thought about. Where my belt? No 10, 11-year-olds should be out there doing that, right? And keep in mind, I'm saying this because it's a lot of older guys that will have our younger men and some females doing corrupt stuff for them because they know, and I'm only sharing this because of what I used to do. They'll get locked up, but they'll be released. So I was the type, when I hustled, I had somebody young with me who had the package. A certain person would get the money, get the thing from them, and then bring me the money. So that's the thing that hit me with that. And the reason why I'm saying is because it's always men, older men, that should be an example for some of our children. See, I did that. And to me, you could not tell me what I was doing was wrong until God opened up my eyes. And I looked back over my life. So if I talk about Paul, and if y'all know Paul's story, he was Saul before he became Paul. And look at the life he was living. He was taking out a lot of Christians. He was, unaliving them and all this, beating them down. That was basically me. God blinded him for 3 days. And when he opened back up his eyes, he seen what he was doing was wrong. Christ came to him on a spiritual point, right? Paul was on the road of destruction. He was on his way to Damascus to take care of some business. So when I look at the road of destruction, the road of Damascus, that's where I was at, on the road of destruction. That's why I tell people, don't quote scripture to me. Don't quote scripture to me. Don't do it, because it comes to life. Don't do it. And they get mad about that. So I started on this journey. And if you look at Paul, and what I loved about Paul, once, reading the story and everything, Paul said, it's the good in me I ought to do, but it's the evil in me I always find myself doing. And I said, oh my God, no matter how he was doing the right things, he would fall from time to time. So when I look at people like Jamal Bryant that we want to judge, when I look at people like TD Jakes that we want to judge, and a lot of y'all people be sitting back, they need to sit down, they need to stop this, they need to stop that. And I tell you, no, they don't. You know why? Because you can learn what to do and not to do from their mistakes. I got ordained deacon in 2009. When I stepped outside my marriage, I came off the deacon ministry. But I knew I couldn't stop moving forward for the body of Christ. That's why I share my stumbles and my falling and how I'm able to, overcome certain things. And a lot of people don't know and understand how to recover from stuff. Just like the song, we fall down, but we get up. And that's the most important thing. No matter, you're going to stumble and fall. But the point is getting up. And try, not to continue doing the same things. And I'm sharing tears, y'all, because I get emotional. Not in a negative way. It's just when I look at the work of our apostles, when I look at the work of Jesus Christ, right? When I look at the work of Moses, it took me to go into Jeremiah to understand the same way God came to Jeremiah in a dream and said, I put everything in you, Steve Copeland, that I called you to go do. I'm like, okay. Then when I read in David, for some of y'all that wasn't listening earlier, and I know you there, when I stepped outside my marriage, God took me to David and said, no matter how you stumble and fall, Steve Copeland, you're a man after my own heart. Now, God didn't like what he did. Now, I have a wife and I had women on the outside. David had many wives and he had many concubines, side women, but he wanted Bathsheba. Now, by me saying that, I understand that David's children suffered because of his sin. But this is what I did. I prayed and I asked God not to let my children suffer for what their father did. Or did, I meant. So sometimes watch. If you're a religious person and if you relate to me spiritually, sometimes watch who you talking to. I was blessed with the spirit of human insight. So if you keep coming for me for certain things, I'm going to attach to your spirit. Because when you come, what's happening, I'll start wondering why you saying what you're saying and you doing what you're doing. Because if what I said offended you, it's something there that's bothering you. So I don't want to tune in straight on you, because what I'll do, I'll leave this alone and I'll start listening here for what you're not really saying. Because nothing outside of somebody else, whatever a person do, it shouldn't affect you. If it affects you, like a person might have, been, I'm gonna say if you young, somebody take advantage of you, because I'm trying to watch TikTok stuff, right? Somebody you young, somebody take advantage of you, and you might have told your parents what happened to you, and they don't believe it, but you current that. So a lot of times when I look at people that's caught up, and I'll look at them and I'll be like, oh my God, what happened in their lives that they're running from? See, y'all might not see that, but I see the pain. And my goal is, come here, sit down, let's talk. It's to help ease your pain. And not to just help ease your pain, because I'm looking at now what we can do to help you overcome certain things. And I ain't mean to talk this long, y'all. I'm just saying I didn't. But that was God. And I'm going to share this, which I tell people, I'm a crybaby. I'm a man. And because I cry, I'm real sensitive. I'm real compassionate. Because it's like I feel other people's pain. And sometimes for me, the goal is to help embrace your pain for you, right? I feel sorry for people who basically don't know how to do the necessary work to overcome. And people that knows what I do, some people respect the fact that, the couch conversation, keeping it real. the Be More's Real Teen Talk Show, giving them a voice. Because we have so many, coming up, been hurt, being hurt. They need a voice. They need somebody that they can talk to therapeutically. And that's what I do with the men and the women. And that's what I do with our younger people. The same with my own kids. If they going through certain things or I hear certain things in their voice, I'll be like, what is going on? Nothing. Yes, it is. But what I learned, if they're not willing to tell you at that time, don't try to push it. You got to back up until they're ready to come and talk to you. And a lot of times what people tend to do, they keep pushing it, right? And when you're doing that, it tends to make them mad. So that's why I've learned, rather my son is cool right now to me. And all my kids, I try to keep the door open for them. But now I'm listening to a lot of females. My oldest will be 36 in March. My youngest is 23. And I hear them say somewhat the same things. Now, check this out. I grew up without a father. And I was determined my kids was not going to grow up without their father. So if my daughter tell me, you didn't raise me, you did, I'm like, huh? Huh? But what I had to look at, I left her mother when she was 8. So the physical part of me wasn't there, that body. So she felt abandoned. And my 25-year-old, I'm there. I'm watching who she dealing with. And this is not the way I raised you. But for some reason, it's like she tolerating a narcissist. And I said, that's not good. Then my 23-year-old, the only reason why I'm saying this, right, because it's the people, that male and female, that you let in your life. When you start pointing the fingers at them, watch the fingers that's pointing back at me. I had to look at me. What's wrong with you, Steve? Why do you tend to allow unhealthy females into your life? So now I see that, but I got to look at me, Donnie, to find out why I do what I do. And I wish your name would pop up over there, because I know you probably over there listening. The thing is, if you do not practice certain things as a man, listen to a man that have practiced certain things like stepping outside of his marriage, and listen to why. And listen to what he did, because it all came back to me. And when I talk with men and women that either doing it or have done it, it's not to pass judgment on them. Mainly if you've been there. So a lot of y'all, when other people come on, stop trying to attack them for their truth. Because if you never did what they did, you really won't understand why they did what they did. Then again, too, I might share something that you are doing, but you don't want to talk about, or you did do, and you're hurting about it. And when I said something about it, it triggered some feelings. So you start on the attack. Because nothing outside of you, whatever a human being does outside of you, should not affect you. Either you're doing it yourself, or either you did it and you feeling guilty because another person talked about it. And the thing, because I had a life coach get mad at me because I said something about doing this, doing that, right? Got mad at me because it triggered up some feelings in her. But see, now this is what you do. When certain things you haven't became all right with in your life, right? You not all right with it. But somebody else talk about it. But you call yourself being a life coach, but you're not all right with if somebody talk about doing certain things, but you're not all right with it. So you get offended and say, oh, let me get off of here because I don't want to say this. Say what you want. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem. Because I understand you venting, you getting it out. And when you get like that, where you feel like you need to scream on me or you need to lean on me for something somebody done to you, and you're not over it, but then you are a life coach, but you haven't dealt with your own personal bull jump to help somebody. See, you can tell somebody this and that, but then I'm talking about, talking wise, but you don't have no sense of intervention or recovery behind it. And I'm not a professional. I'm just sharing from a personal level of someone who have done the 12-step spiritual program work on itself. Mm-hmm. And you went and spent all that money. And please don't let me get on the religious part. You spent all this money to get your doctorate degree, theology-wise, when the Holy Spirit teaches me everything I know. And you can't figure out how he know this and how he know that when he didn't even go to, seminar classes. He didn't go to theology school. He don't have his doctorate degree, but he can talk on this level. That's the Holy Spirit. That's why God don't like me around everybody. I go out, I do what I do. I'm talking about when I was able to move about. I go out and I do what I do to get the job done, and I'm back home. I was called all kinds of names from another man. Got real offended because I said I don't vote. I didn't vote. Well, see, that's why I come out of Harris lost. No, that ain't why she lost. Once Elon Musk came in there, and this man is real good with technology. Real good. None of y'all paid attention. None of y'all. And what I started realizing too, they going to put in position who they want to better represent the country. She outvoted him. She got more votes than him. People supported her more, even Republicans. So for a lot of y'all that don't understand, you cannot mix politics and business together. You can't. So listen to a lot of people, because he's a businessman that's not really credible, but he's a businessman, right? Who happened to run for president. And if some people can tell you how he got there, because his name was well known. Number one, keep that in mind. And I'm going to tell you this. When he did win, he cheated. He cheated. I seen all that. Then you got somebody that has 34 felonies. That's something that was created from his personal life, not by Biden and his administration. Now, some of that now he might not have done on a personal note. And the reason why I could say that, because I was charged with 17. Somebody say you need 17 more to catch up with Trump. I said, forget you. So not 17 felonies, but the charges wise, right? Now, mind you, I know I ain't do nothing wrong, and he probably didn't either. But understand that came from a personal level, not the administration. A lot of it came from his own doing. So a lot of y'all don't want to see that. Oh, that's the Democrat. That's this, blah, 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 blah. Y'all got to understand, Donald Trump deal with Democrats just like he deal with Republicans. Kim Klacik came out to support Ivan Bates, and she's a Republican. I was shocked to see her there. And because my friend Chris, asked me to help support the Republican Party, right? And I knew that on the local level, they weren't going to win. I already knew that. I already know it, right? So I said, okay, I help y'all give them a run for their money. Because once they seen Big Mouth Steve Copeland over here, right, they was going to be like, oh shit, Steve over there with them. Because I can't pick a side. I mean, I can if I choose to. But then as a human rights advocate, I'm more concerned about the laws that they create to violate your rights. So ask me again why I didn't vote, why I don't vote. And I think the last person I voted for was when when Obama first came in. But now understand this too. At that time, I didn't understand a lot of what was going on. Because my director at Communities United, this is what she said. She said, whoever you vote for, you hope and pray that they do the right things. I said, no, the hell I won't. If I vote for you, I want you to do the right things. Because it's your word that I'm listening to. Your word is your bond. So if I vote you in, I'm not hoping that you do the right things. I want you to do the right things. So you know what you teach me? When your word is not your bond, now I done lost trust for you. Because you said we're gonna do this, I'm gonna do that for you, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. And then I realized you're just one individual. So when you say I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do that, it's a team. Because that one individual don't have that power. It's about them working together. Whether they Democrats or Republicans, they all in the same spot, same place. The senator, same Senate, same place. Your governor, same place. President, same place. Y'all just don't pay attention to that and get mad when I come in. And I was telling Marlo today. I said, man, it's like Dr. Umar is sharing some of the. He talked the same talk, and I had to realize, even though he had about 10,000 that's following him, listening to him, right? He might have about 1,000 or two that's going to criticize everything you say, like y'all do me. But the goal is to keep doing it. I'm not blind to this today. I have no problem in asking or whoever I could reach and talk to on a personal note. One, I want to fill you out just to see where you at because you know you can feel a person when you're in their presence. Like rather they lying, rather they manipulating. But the thing is, help me better understand why you choose to take this route. And people will tell you. They will tell you. And I'll tell y'all what I do to talk with somebody to find out why they do what they do. And then rather than you listening to get a better understanding of the why, and you hear, you steady talking to me from here, and I can only share with you the work I do to help, you know, on a local level. Because a lot of people think Trump writes checks. Congress wrote that stuff. They presented it to the president, and he just approved it. The mayor's budget don't come from the president. The governor's budget don't come from the president. It has to be basically Congress approving on that budget to be able to put back into society. But the president, if they have to give it to him to approve the funding and certain things, no. But when it comes to, I'm going to say, the service, armed services and stuff like that, right? If you read it up, look it up, the president can't give the okay for stuff like that without communicating with the rest of them. Because it's a collective of them that come together. And now mine, listen to what I'm saying. I did not understand this. I did not know this. And it wasn't a director, it was the one that did all our internet work. She said, you don't really understand politics, do you? How it works. You couldn't tell me I didn't know until I got right here where I'm at. And I was talking to her when I came home. And I was sharing with her what I see now. And she said, you got it. Now, by this time, she's the director of Communities United because our other director left. And these are YTs I'm talking about. They like, now you understand. Because I didn't at first. I thought I knew some stuff. And when they would ask me to come out and speak on certain issues, do you know they write your stuff that they want you to share with the public? They write your talking point. So when they gave me this thing to read, I said, I can't do it because I'm not going to remember it. I'll start out, but what's going to happen with me, when I talk, but then as I go, I get loud. I start getting real loud. That's because now the spirit, right? And I'll start getting loud. That's why a lot of times I have to come back down because certain things that I'm really passionate about, I will go. And when I say I will go, I will start getting loud. And it's more like ministry for people that don't understand. That's when the spirit, like you remove yourself and the spirit begins to take over. And that's why a lot of people do not get it. Talk about me. That's why I tell y'all, if you listening to me here, you hear me. I know you can hear everything I'm saying, but you might not feel me. Because when I go another route, as far as on the spiritual tip, I will lose you every time. I'll lose you. And if you have 20 people in a room, and I done spoke in front of hundreds of people, if you have about 20 people in that room, and I'm starting out, first it's my flesh. And as I get louder, I go up. That's the spirit getting ready to take over. Now, if you are not connected spiritually, you will miss it. And I didn't understand that for a while. Why certain things the way it is, right? But because that's what I do. And people take it the wrong way, that, oh, he loud, oh, he this, oh, he that. I get loud. I get loud. I was talking to Marlo outside. And if it's on a certain topic and I'm passionate about it, I'll start rearing up and I'll start getting loud. And then I caught myself. I was like, who, Steve? Because I was starting, it was something that, we was talking more on the spiritual note. And I had to bring it back down because I seen myself getting loud. And a lot of times when I get loud, you would think I'm arguing or something. But no. And that's why the police took what I was saying the wrong way. And I told them, don't pay attention to me because when I'm speaking out, I will get loud. So in my process, because I didn't vote, I was told I was a failure for the people. I was told I was a failure. Oh, it's okay that you doing your community activist. It's okay that you helping women and children and you doing this and doing that. But because you didn't vote, that was like a vote for Trump. I said, I didn't vote for Trump. Yes, you did. I said, no, I didn't. See, you got to understand the work that actually needs to be done. They only create bills. And it's not Trump or it's not hers. And I'm not saying don't vote because I'm going to encourage you, but because I see what I see, I'm the one that's in the community doing the grassroots work. And it flies right over your head. It flies over your head. You can vote for whoever the hell you want. They ain't coming into the city or into your conservative neighborhood to get the work done. They ain't coming in. So vote for who you want. I would never tell you don't do it, but for whoever, get in. It's us from the ground up. You're going to pay taxes. And I shared it with y'all. Now the immigrants, we will never stop the immigrants from coming in. But you can slow the process down of so many of them coming in. When you got more construction companies and the big developers and all of that hire illegal immigrants, farming and all of that, illegal immigrants. Go to Home Depot, illegal immigrants. Go to 7-Eleven, illegal immigrants that will come and do work on your stuff, but won't charge you as much as a regular contractor will. So now, mind you, you're getting rid of them, which will probably create jobs for the melanated men, more jobs, and they want to get paid right. So why do you think a lot of these big corporations and stuff hire a lot of the immigrants? Why do you think these farms? See, y'all never drove tractor trailers. and delivered to these warehouses to see why they do certain things. Now, check this out. Trump plies us. Who do you think the majority of the people that works for Trump? They're not melanated. On his golf course, they have caddies. And I'm not saying, I know a melanated guy that's a caddy. Now, how many others do y'all know that are caddies? Who's cleaning up and cutting the grass, keeping the grass cut? Now, mind you, I'm talking about this billionaire who have hotels, who have golf course. Who you think the majority of his employees are? So listen to the game point. Y'all don't see that, do you? Y'all seen where, I seen it on TikTok, right? Y'all seen where they're taking down this wall. They talking about Biden removing the walls, right? But keep in mind, and I shared it earlier, the ACLU, people like the Center for Popular Democracy, I'm gonna get some more of these nonprofit names that fight for the people's civil rights, equal rights, and constitutional rights. So the immigrants have rights too. Y'all just don't hear about these organizations that's fighting. Y'all don't hear about these organizations that's fighting, even when they pass that bill, and I might screw the name up, but please bear with me. Even though they passed that bill, what, Roe versus Wade, where now women can't do certain things no more like that, they still want to get it done. If they end up getting, you know. So my thing is, okay, do not sleep with any man that you know you don't want to have a baby by, or you don't want that part, right? Now, some men feel like I should be able to sleep with you and not wear this and not wear that. That's a freaking lie. And I'm a man, a 62-year-old. If you know, and I can only go basically towards the woman, do not unprotected, just for the night, and then want to turn around and blame it straight on the guy. No. If you know you don't want, that to happen, and if they're not willing to wrap it up, don't do it. See, that's part of working on intervention. Don't do it. Because I didn't have females, and I do not like wearing them. I don't. But if I can't have it, I will do it. It's just, for me, it doesn't feel, as good as it does, as good as it do. I'm sorry, when it's not, when it's off. If it's on, it's like it don't. And I know for the female, I can't say how you might feel, because that's, in you. Rather, it feels different on or off. I don't know, unless y'all tell us that it might feel better off. That's why y'all let the man do it raw. But then again, there's a chance, mainly if you the type of female that real fertile, you do not want to lay with somebody without protection. Because if you know that you are a real fertile person from already having children, and you just want to do, And I'm sharing it to you from an old guy's experience, an old guy, from a person that do not, myself, at 62, want to become a father at 62. My son is 21. Least I live to see him become a man. I would love to see when he get married and I can become a grandfather on that end. So these are milestones. A lot of y'all ain't there, so you miss it. Donnie, you miss it. I didn't tell y'all I was 62. I didn't tell y'all. It's been almost 11 years since I walked away from my marriage. But you want to try to tell me what to do. Not only that, I told them, because I understand the difference between loving a person and being in love with that person. That was why it was hard for me to walk away. Now, if you would have shut your mouth, and like I said, I was in an abusive marriage, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. It was tearing me down. So now you want to tell me I walked away from it to get peace in my life and I should go back. Bro, don't do that. Don't do that. And check this out. She went back to the person that used to hurt her. And as a deacon, I was picking with her one day. And I said, if you want, I'll marry y'all. But guess what? The hell I went through now, because of the mental and emotional abuse, my thing is now you can feed it to the right person. If you had allowed me to talk rather than kept over talking me, and that's your problem. That's your problem. And before a person can ever finish saying what they saying, and if you come in to cut them off each time, you have poor communication skills. And remember what I told y'all. Any relationship, it starts with communication, honesty, faith, trust. And it has to be in you. You can't give somebody something that they don't have. And like I told y'all, I sponsor men and women. So I tried to fix my wife from the issue that she was dealing with. And when I found out, I couldn't fix my wife. And I worked with so many people, Mama Dude. So the goal was I was trying to fix her like I sponsor people, and I realized I couldn't. That was too close. That's why when you have a lot of family members and a lot of children that you're trying to, teach morals, values, and principles, teach them and tell them the difference between right and wrong, they know this is automatically what you do. So what I'll tell you, let me talk to them. Because sometimes somebody else telling them, they will hear it and receive it. Okay? So, this one went dead, clicked off. So, listen to a wise old man. I didn't get here overnight. And Mama Do, I'm going to pick with you. She was one of the ones that helped walk me through my process. I have a lot of love and respect for her. See, I watch what people do. It's not as much. I mean, you can say things, right? You can say it, but is your walk matching your talk, or is your talk matching your walk? And what you do if your talk or your actions outweigh your talk, that's what you share. Your actions on what you did to become a better person. I never beat nobody down because you don't know where they at. So that's why when it comes to, I love TikTok and some of the things people talk about. But let me share this with you. If a person come on and they sharing their truth, keeping it real, and if it's something that you never did, and 9 times out of 10 you done it too, or you stuck in it, and what it does, it tends to offend you, because somebody like me is able to talk about his truth, and you can't even figure out why. And I'm telling you why I did what I did, and I'm telling y'all it was going like this. And I'm telling y'all what I found out too. A lot of people that have these platforms that people come up on, y'all don't tell your life story. Everybody don't need to know this. Everybody don't need to know that. And that's so true for you. Because I realize people are going to judge you, whether you do the right things, whether you do the wrong things. If I tell you I'm 62 years old and I don't date women my age, that's just where I'm at for right now. Oh, why you don't do this? I just told you I don't date women my age. And even if I explain it to you deeper, you still wouldn't get it. And I'm saying this not being smart. I'm saying this on TikTok a lot. Now, the couch conversation, right? Keeping it real. Now, I'm not saying you have to go deep, 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 deep. That might, anything that might come up to get us violated. But I need you to be as honest as possible. Now, I'm going to tell you this. I used to tell a lot of people that would come up and talk. If you cannot share your experience, strengths, and hopes, I don't give a hell about your ideas. I don't give a hell about what you think. And that's how I used to carry it. And then Steve Jackson, look, I had to realize as time went on, your ideas and your opinion means a lot. Or what you think or how you feel, it means a lot to you. And you can be going through the same struggles that I'm talking about where I was at and where I'm at now. I'm only sharing with you what you can do to work up out of it. Because I was there. Well, why did you do this? Why did you do that? And I'll share it with you, and it will go, pew. And I can share with you why some men, not all, does what they did. I didn't help so many, and I'm only sharing with you from a conversations with other men. And I'm gonna share this with you. I hear men that speaks hypothetically about stuff. And the moment I come in and I share something on a personal note, when it's all men, do you know that opened up that door for them to talk about some serious stuff? I've seen it happen a lot because I sponsor men and women. So when I have my men's meeting, Some people that might want to start out talking, they won't get right into like what they're struggling with or what's going on with them. But the moment I come in, the whole atmosphere change. It's just breaking that ice to letting the men know it's okay to be who you are. We're not judging over here. Then I'm sponsoring women. So I had to get my women together to talk with them. And not just talk to them, I have to listen. And because I am a sponsor, I have to listen to what you're saying and work with you on the process of recovering if you're still struggling. That's what your therapist does. That's what your counselor does. That's what your PRP does. Now, I'm not certified. I'm not licensed. But I can share stuff with you and I will point you in the direction of that professional where you can be honest with them. You can be open with them and you can tell them the truth of what's going on with you. You don't have to go there and start lying to them because it's helping you to build that faith and that trust and that honesty back in yourself. If they try to make you feel like they're judging you, as long as you're confident with you, that shouldn't matter because you're going to get the proper help. Don't mess with Steve Copeland. I know my work. I know my job. Don't mess with Steve Copeland. Because when you come in with your opinion, I know the difference. Because you won't come in and share once I open that door. You won't come in and share, well, yeah, I used to be stuck there, or I was stuck there, or I was this, or I was that. You won't do it. And I'm going to tell you, this brother got mad at me, Trinity. He started giving me the finger. He started calling me all types of names, bro, on this other person live, where actually they could have shut them down. And then told me if I was near him, he would hit me. So the thing is, bro, what's hurting you? What's wrong with you? You're a grown man. I'm 62. What you about 45? If you smack me, I'm gonna tell you like I told them over in prison. I had a boot with metal in it. I said, smack me. Because I'm gonna do what I have to do to protect me. Put your hands on me. And then he gonna sit back and say, Trinity, you must be 5'5". I said, no, I'm 6'1". He said, well, I'm 6'8". I don't give a freak. I didn't give a freak when this 400-pound police officer with his gun and with his was coming for me. They ain't bothering me, bro. Because I was looking at the human being, Trinity, not being smart. I was looking at the human being, not the officer. And I don't disrespect none of them like that. But when you take your power and authority and you come for me, then you're going to sit here and tell me that one of my clients called you out to the house about 8 times to report what was going on with her son, me and him talking. And then later, he come for me. Where another officer, Trinity, had to jump in between us. About a 500-pound police officer. Now, he can't run. So I'm trying to figure out how he become a police. His goal is to intimidate the people in the inner city community. 500 pounds. Belly hanging over here. right? In the BLK community. Now, keep in mind, do you know what that looks like? The plantation and the man, the overseer. See, y'all don't see that. And this is what I told the commander because of some of the stuff I was going through, right? I said, these are not the type of officers that you want in the BLK community because they can't relate to them. So this is what I said, Brad, if you're looking. I told them, because I'm in the community, Trinity, my goal is to help them better understand the BLK community. And I'm talking about the YTs. Because what it seemed like, and it looks like, they're on the plantation and you sending white officers in to gain control over. And because of their attitudes towards me, and I'm in the community trying to, bring the people together like y'all doing, but y'all get paid. And for some reason, I became a problem to them. I knew what it was. I don't know who this guy was, but because of me and the police is going back and forth. Now, one individual, I don't carry that. I'm only trying to explain to them what I do, what Steve does, stuff like that. So anyway, I noticed this person came out, and you can tell he's top ranked, right? He came right to me. Say, hey, Mr. Copeland, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. Not just him. The SWAT team came out. The only thing I was trying to get them to do was take this client to get help. Because me and the officers kept arguing. Now I got this guy, and you can tell he was a rank, right? Came over, we talking, we kicking it. And it was 4 guys in a black, like, SWAT team car that came out too. Truck like, van like, right? And we over there kicking it, Trini. We kicking it, and I'm telling them, I'm explaining to them about everything I do. And they're like, damn, you do a lot. I said, I know. But look, I'm explaining this to whoever this guy was with this part of the SWAT team. Now, the dude that I was trying to get signed away was over there trolling up and down the street. Like, yeah, mind you, I cannot, Trini, evict this guy because that's not how my housing program is. Landlord, tenant. I couldn't do it because actually it had to go through the court system where the sheriff would have to come out and evict the guy. But because of my business, transitional housing wise, they couldn't get involved. So I had to find, now I can give you a 3-day, 72-hour notice to get out. But because the officers was feeding them misinformation, my own clients was fighting against me. They had packed their stuff up to go, but the officer comes out, he ain't got good, he got to do this. I said, that's not how we do stuff. And they wouldn't listen. And the only thing, too, I was trying to tell them, Trini, this is the way, because the boy and his sister was off their medication. So my thing is, just tell them, Mr. Copeland said, no, Mr. Copeland no longer wants you in his housing program. I said, that will wake him up. We can't do this. We can't. I said, just tell them, because they don't have nowhere to go. So they will wake up. mentally and stuff so we can talk. So this other officer that came out on another time went over to them and just told them what I said. And you know what that did, Trini? That opened the door. That's all I asked them. So I asked the sister, I said, well, how long do you need? Because she was planning on leaving. Then I asked the brother, how long do you need? He said he wanted to do it at the tax time. I'm like, no, I can't hold you. But anyway, because we was going through a lot. But I had somewhere else for him to go. I called another spot, Trini. Me, the lieutenant, the sergeant, all of us was out in the streets talking. And this officer that put the charges on me, he knew. His lieutenant knew. Now I'm talking about some other group of people, police that came out. Said, Mr. Copeland, can I talk to you? So, right, I took him. I don't want to confuse y'all, right? But look, I took him into one of my houses where my desk, my office stuff is here. This is my office space. Next door is where I do my lives, right? To let them know this is business for me. That's not the way the police did the report. He knew everything. So how you gonna charge me with home invasion on my own stuff? How you gonna charge me with home invasion, burglary on my own stuff? Huh? And then the kid that he said I supposed to had assaulted is like my nephew. Oh, he didn't know that. Now the female that he tried to say, well, that was the detective that wrote that. I kind of knew was what. Now, they raided my niece's house, which is not in this report. Talking about they were looking for Ray-Ban glasses, them glasses. That's what's on the search warrant. And checkbooks from homeless people. Normally, if you got something like that, you can afford stuff like that. 9 times out of 10, they either going to, if you can pawn them glasses or sell them glasses, I didn't know what it was. And my kids already knew. But you're going to do what you can to try to survive first. This is business for me. So I understand it. But then it was the detective that did the other two. I'm telling y'all, I'm only sharing this again, y'all, because I see how they can accuse innocent people of stuff that they didn't do. And it's a lot more charges where it gives the prosecutor a chance to manipulate and find what they can accuse you of. And I love sharing this because when I stood there November the 4th, and she told me, which I already knew, and the police report never stated that I did anything to my nephew. My nephew said I brought 2 guys in the house. I was next door, working on the house next door. His father and another guy. Father said, hey, what house is Twan at? I said, right here. And I took him in there because I was having some issues with him. So I was looking for him to talk to him. I did not look for him to swing on him. And that's what's in the police report. I was in the hallway. I had a hammer because I'm working next door and I hit the floor. Cut this shit out. And that's what he wrote. And now look, listen to what I'm saying. This is the police report. So one, I never touched him. I never did anything to him. And that's what it said. But because his father and whoever the guy was came up to correct him for his behaviors towards me. Now, the reason why I'm saying that, because I had called them and asked his aunt to please send somebody up here to talk to her nephew, which, you know, because I'm helping this kid and everything like that. Well, anyway, if it wasn't, then that's something between whatever he was doing, then they came and asked for him. So that's a whole different story. Cause look, and then I'm definitely gonna go because I've been on here for 4 hours and a half. Now they don't know, right? the whole spectrum of what's happening. But I already know. One, the police report didn't state me doing anything, like physically and stuff like that. So this is what the prosecutor said. Well, we know you didn't do this, and we know you didn't do that, but you're guilty by association. I'm like, her. Now, we know you didn't know that they was going to do what they did, but the point is, you was there, even though you was in the hallway. So I was guilty by association. But you know the truth. You already know the truth. So okay. You know I didn't do this. You know I didn't do that. I accept. But she had to find something rather than just dropping it. Because it should have been dropped. Completely. It should have been dropped. Every time I would do a court, I did it over a Zoom. This is how they doing stuff now. But see, the prosecutor was trying to find whatever she can to make me seem guilty, even for what the police has created with this female. And the only reason why I'm sharing this with y'all, because I'm thinking about the Innocent Project. I'm thinking about, Trini, how you have guys that was arrested when they was 16, 17 for stuff that they didn't do. And they spent like 30, 40, 50 years in prison. I'm telling you, my friend does a show. Because what they did, they might have agreed to certain things so they wouldn't get, harsher charges, right? Just for certain years, but then they ended up, once they did plead to certain things, they nailed them anyway. You know why? I came off this home monitor November the 4th. November the 5th, Trini, was Voters Day. November the 6th, the prosecutor called up ASAP and laid them the hell out. Like it was their fault for taking me off. It was the judge that told me go there and get it off. And they told me I had to come back. And I said, no, I'm not. Because the judge told me to go get it off. But my lawyer told me to go back here, straighten it out, so that I won't go to prison for violating. You know what I mean? And I went back. And I'm back on it. Till March. Because guess what? I didn't even realize it, Trini. I was convicted of, like, to serve 3 years on probation. And the rest of my time, March, will be my 2 years time served. I'm like, what the fuck? For something I didn't do. Now the goal is getting with people so we can address this bullshit. And forgive my language, y'all, please. This is the black man that's showing up. So for a lot of y'all that didn't go through this, Trini, I'm beginning to understand certain people who get charged for stuff that they didn't even do and will plead to some of that bull junk, not to avoid going to court. I knew they didn't have nothing. I knew it because I didn't do nothing. So now I'm seeing how the system actually works. And then you got to realize this, because this is what I told my lawyer. I said, their whole goal is to freak the black man. Oh God, that's why I was just doing this. The TikTok don't hit me, but and he said somewhat. Now he's a YT, so by me being where I'm at now, because they was offering me, I think 200 years. For what? It ain't funny, but I'm like, for what? So, and I'm laughing because when you know you didn't do nothing wrong, and then when you know none of the clients actually showed up, I'm talking about my clients, to be a witness to what? But it was the prosecutor that lied about everything. But see, when you know what you know, what you know from my end, the truth, and they know the truth. The street police, YT. The detective, she got mad at me because she would ask a question. And y'all see how I talk. I shared the story. But what I'm saying is, you asked me a question and I answered it. But this what she did. And this where a lot of y'all will go. That's all you gotta do is say yes or no. I said, no, I won't. Because if you ask me a question, I am going to answer it. You don't tell nobody how to answer your question. So you want to dominate and take over the conversation. Listen to what I'm saying. And she got offended. And I looked at her because she was like, right here, I'm right here, she right here. And you could see that look on her face. Nigga, I can jump across this table and whoop your. And I seen it. And when she filed, add them extra 2 charges to those 15 to get me indicted, I knew she was mad. I said, oh, she was mad. And I hope you hear me, Brad. So see, I know what actually happened. I know what actually went on. They don't know. So they can only go off the police report and the charges that the police made. Listen to what I'm saying. The judge don't know if it's true. The prosecutor don't know. They only go off the information that's presented to them. And see, once I begin to see that, and to be honest with you, even though I got mad at the prosecutor for what you did, but I understand she was only going off of what they fed her, wench. Because now, my lawyer told me, he said, Steve, she can't stand you. And I'm like, this woman don't even know me. Because the mother, the female, deals with bipolar, schizophrenic, and all of that. And I was looking at how she was treating her daughter. So I called Child Protective Service on her, basically to rescue her daughter. Because her behavior had become unusual to me. From, the person I'm normally used to talking to. Now, if you had talked with me, prosecutor, I could have better explained why to y'all. But y'all ain't want it. Prosecutor. And when I see Ivan Bates, when it's off my leg, and I start going back to these town hall meetings and I'm able to speak, I'm going to share this. Because guess what? I've been sending him information over Twitter about what's been happening with the Eastern District Police Department and everything. Now, guess what? He's my Facebook friend. So he's posting stuff on Facebook now. I'm like, oh, shoot. So I want to come in, right? I said, no, I ain't going to do it. I ain't going to do it. And see, the reason why I'm sharing this, y'all, because a lot of y'all wouldn't. So I'm going to do this again. For some of y'all that don't understand why I didn't vote, rather it was hers or Trump, I know where stuff is coming from. And basically, they are freaking puppets because there's only so much they can do. I see that. So it's a lot of us who understand the process. So what we do, we rather educate the people. So whoever you vote for, whatever falls down, law-wise, our goal is to encourage and motivate the people to live accordingly. Now, I'm going to go to this one because a lot of the women who can't do certain things because of Roe versus Wade, and if, like I said, if I said it wrong, blame it on this, but because they passed it, it's organizations out there that fights for your civil rights, your equal rights, and your constitutional rights. They're going to attack that. That's why the amendments are there for you to ratify that bill. Y'all don't know that? Well, I'm telling you now. And then on top of that, even though they can't get it done legally, you think they're not going to go places to get it done? Because there's certain places they're going to still do it. They might do it under the table, just like they was back in the days. Read up about Margaret Sanger, okay? Vote for who you want, but understand the work that needs to be done. Margaret Sanger, Marfa 21, Black genocide. Listen to what I'm saying. And I'm looking at, I've been on here for 4 hours and a half, right? You want to tell me about voting. You want to tell me about the laws. And I'm telling you, whatever they create to harm the people, this is what we do as civil rights advocates. We will fight against your bill, even though it's into law. Do you think women are not going to find somewhere to go? They're going to tell each other. And it's not just melanated women. My biggest thing is I don't want them to get with somebody to get it done that might mess them up completely. See, that's where my mind went to what used to happen in the old days. And then when I read the documentary about Margaret Sanger, right? What she would do, women that had more than 2 children, she would perform on them. Because a lot of the men wasn't helping the women with the children. And it's not. You can keep saying it all you want. It is not the state fault. It is not the government fault. Because if a man produces any baby, and if you're not willing to supply or take care of that child, where you think the woman gonna go? So stop your bull junk. And I'm only saying this as a father who takes care of his and didn't have to rely on the state or the government. Trini, I drove the tractor trailer for over 35 years, so I was able to provide for my family. And I'm only sharing this because why produce something that you can't financially pay for? And then the same with the women. Why be with somebody you already know the way they take care of you? And say like you might have another kid or two. And if they taking care of your kids, 9 times out of 10, if they have a child by you, 2. I had 1 by my first wife. And she has an older brother. They look like me, but that's a whole different story. Um, but look, I raised him too during that time with my 35-year-old. Then with this wife here, 2 years. I was with her before my kids came along. So I raised her kids. So I listen to a lot of brothers talk. I listen to a lot of y'all running off at your mouth. But don't call yourself